here. Yeah. Yeah, we came 89. And our kids were 7 and 2.
No, I can't.
New Jersey. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, where you-
One of these. If you're interested in the bottom of the road, no. You do know that they.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
It really is. When the university closed, we were in a picture every winter. I go down the. Yeah. And very.
That's literally one. Right.
So in this area.
You're gonna be really good.
Yes, we went.
Yes, very early. Yeah.
Yeah, excellent.
We hope to do something in the fall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually started our collective in this room.
Sure. Great.
Yeah, we used to,
So those are the other
free
three.
space on Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
So this was once a month. It's like I just there. So now.
By the way,
A glorious relationship for a long. Yeah.
I keep the library, right? I got, but you'll do that.
No.
You know how that-
there goes.
I never used
Are you aware there's another group you know?
Yeah. I heard. I thought they might be some part of this.
Welcome to the International Day of Happiness. I'm Nick Hernandez, and this is starting way late, so. We have the director of the Lincoln Public Libraries who has graciously agreed to kick us off a little bit, and he may have something to say about libraries and community well-being. So, Brian, welcome.
Yeah. Let me sure camera's off a little bit.
Well, good morning and welcome. This is, I'm find this a privilege and honor to be here. And I have a little speech, but it's kind of informal. I think that libraries, public libraries, it's a perfect place to celebrate happiness. I believe that overall libraries reflect joy and happiness and possibility. So I know that in my day-to-day, when I walk in a library, when I do walk in every day, I see, I'm filled with joy because of the folks who use the library, who count on the library, who need the library. So Andrew Carnegie, great early 20th century benefactor, saw public libraries as palaces for the people, places where people could expand their knowledge and their worlds by having access to books and knowledge in magnificent new spaces. Libraries exist to aid in the well-being, the growth and development, and the happiness of human beings. they're places of lifelong learning where every day we see kids, oftentimes on laps, enjoying a story time with their parents or caregivers. But that it's not just for kids. We know that libraries are places for lifelong learning. And we see that with folks attending programs like this, programs in the arts, culture, music, science, history. And there's just so many opportunities for people to improve and to grow in library spaces. Libraries are third spaces. They're places where people can come in. They may not have the best situation at home to have a quiet space, or even if they do, libraries also offer that place where you can come in and enjoy meeting others and seeing members of your community. I'm just gonna say, how many more tables do you need?
We're just taking this to.
Okay, all right, great. And you see that third space mentality, you see that reflects well in coffee shops, right? Folks love to go and to be around other people. Now, coffee shops aren't always the most quiet place, but I see earbuds in kids' heads at least help you with that. But there is something about a public library being in a neighborhood, in a community. Some people, again, they use it for their own quiet space, but they want to be around other people. And we see that every day here. I love it when, if you stand, I always give the example of Gear Branch Library. If you're familiar with Gear, it's the furthest southeast branch. It's really our central library now in terms of activity. If you go in there on a busy morning, like a story time Thursday morning, Saturday morning, you stand at the front end. It's like the front end of a grocery store. There are many different reasons why people are coming in there, picking up a hold, attending a program, and I think sometimes it's whether it's a meeting, they're happy to see people at the checkout counter too. But it's a busy hive of activity. Also, I notice here we have a different clientele downtown often, and I get a thrill when I see someone playing chess with their buddy at one of our tables. Yeah, Patrick, you see Patrick playing chess. Yeah, okay. So many different reasons why people love libraries, but it's all about creating a place where there is growth, happiness, and a sense of well-being. So sociologist Eric Kleidenberg, who wrote Palaces for the People, posits that libraries are cornerstone institutions that are key ingredients for the positive social infrastructure in any community, and they help to ensure a neighborhood's vitality by promoting stronger social ties. And we know that here. We see it every day. Libraries build community, libraries help people, libraries are built upon the foundation of the well-being, growth, and happiness of human beings. And I like to think that according to Wallet Hub, it's a website, Wallet Hub, Lincoln is the 19th most happiest city in the US. And we believe that libraries play an important role in. So thank you for being here today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the events.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. So I believe maybe it was the salsa dance floor where I ran into Monica, but she also happens to be public. So you may run into her various places around Lincoln, but Monica Joy Farah has some poetry for us today. Thanks. Monica, welcome.
All right, so I have 2 poems. I know we're a little bit like running late, and I think my poems are a little bit over 10 minutes. So I don't know. Nick asked me to read both of these. Does that still stand? Okay. So as you mentioned, I'm a salsa dancer, and I learned salsa in Colombia. Originally, I've learned it many places, but this poem is set in the city of Cali, Colombia, which is known for being the salsa capital of the world. So this poem is called Salsa Capital of the World. This city perpetually in celebration of itself. Every night a vibrant salsa skate. And there's a street downtown that holds the heart of it, far from the usual salsa bars with free lessons for tourists. Or at least that's what I've heard, I tell the others. Do you want to go? Friday night, and we buy booze and weed at the park, taxi downtown, and find the entire block packed beneath sour yellow streetlights. Salsa blaring from somewhere and everywhere, everyone dancing, shout singing between shots of aguardiente, cocaine, mash of movement, instruments held high in furious percussion, clanging campana, strife dragging the ribs of the gyro, clacking sticks in perfect clave, the asymmetric heartbeat that holds this city together. And here we are, a bumble of gringos cutting through the crowd, passing capfuls of spiced curao, shouting our delight to the roar. But this close to the beating source of it all, English is unbearable. Frozen syllables that freeze or burn my tongue. I can't stand to be heard uttering my unbelonging. Everyone smiling their surprise at our being here. So I lag behind. Let the rhythm find its way into my shoulders. Concentrate. Circle and tilt the way I drilled over and over in class until the movement made sense to me. A woman shrieks and grabs my wrist, and suddenly we're salsaing together. Music possessing our limbs. My North American stiltedness like a knot in my neck dissolving at last. Her Afro-Pacific effortlessness whirling us through spin and shimmy, twist and pop of hips, rapid stomping footwork. My body beginning to speak the language her body sings with such fluency. She pulls me in. I feel myself merge into the great pulsing togetherness, our movement a collective ecstasy, all of us alive and sweating. And this next poem is inspired by a book I read called The Molecule of War, which is a book all about dopamine. And oh, interesting laughter. I was not expecting the laughter at the word dopamine. This book really helped me understand why I am the way that I am and why I felt this hunger for adventure and thrill in childhood that no one else ever seemed to understand. So this book really helped me make sense of myself in a very profound way. So I had to write an epic poem. So this poem is called Ode to Dopamine. In girlhood, I mistook you for the voice of God. My certainty, my electric conviction in forces unseen, holy mystery sparkling in the depths of me. Later, I came to know you as my restlessness, my ever-present wanderlust, my discontent. You were what the wind stirred in me. You were that which beckoned me to the boundaries of my small world, enchanted me with everything I could one day become. I felt you in the highest branches of the tallest pine, knees skinned and sap sticky, peering out through curtains of gentle needles into the farthest distance my eyes could muster. You were the swell that rose in my body when at night I traced my fingers across the map of my bed, sounding out faraway places in languages I did not speak, not knowing it was your name I was whispering. You, my nightly supplication. You, the spell cast over my life. You met me in every daydream, enamored me with impossible things, my skin forever itching for something beyond itself. Frightened of who I would be if you ever left me, I gave you my loyalty. Your call was deafening, yet there was no one who seemed to hear you like I did. I had to listen, even as I felt you steering my life away from everything that made sense to the world, even as I felt you pushing me into the mouth of my own fear, closer, trembling, more, more. I trusted you to make me capable, and you did. Oh, dopamine, I've known you by many names. You are the song of the open road, the roar of the downstream white water, glimpse of summit through the clouds. You, the tracks of the hunted animal, signs of fairies in the forest, X that marks the spot. Oh muse, oh fantasy, oh dazzling portal, oh stroke of insight, you, the brink of discovery, you, the siren of possibility, irresistible summons, distant flame in the high hills, divine light illuminating worlds beyond my reach, urging me to the edges, bound and determined, onwards and upwards, bigger and brighter, better, braver, higher, hotter, faster, fiercer, deeper, harder, more, 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 more. Oh, dopamine, there's no end to it, is there? You are a thirst that cannot be quenched, riddle that cannot be solved, curse that cannot be broken. Oh, mirage, oh, promise breaker, oh, never-ending longing and letdown. Oh, dopamine, I bear the costs of you. You numb me to the wonder of what is. You sacrifice my pleasure on the altar of my desire. You deal in phantoms. You smother your own satisfaction. Dizzy with your chemical whispers, I lose myself in realms unreal, hovering always just above the surface of sensation, emotion. Oh, dopamine, your paradise is a horizon ever receding into the distance. More, more, more. This world is never enough for you. Oh, dopamine, you are what drives us to every extreme. Oh, recklessness, oh, impulse, oh, addiction, you are craving itself. Oh, reward, reward, oh, addiction, addiction, more, more. You are that which will one day destroy us. Oh, dopamine, you hunt everything to extinction. Oh, overconsumption, oh, deforestation, oh, exponential, more, 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 more. Oh, progress at any cost. Oh, exploitation, another hit, another hit. Oh, zeal, oh, fervor, oh, vision and delusion, oh, passion, obsession, more, more, oh, higher cause, oh, righteous rage, oh, mission from God, oh, holy war, more, more, more. Oh, lust for power, more, more. Oh, quest for vengeance, more, more. Oh, struggle for dominance, more, more. Oh, victory, another hit. Oh, exploration, colonization, expansion, expansion, more, more. Oh, conquest, oh, victory, oh, conquest, oh, victory, oh, victory, oh, manifest destiny, oh, conquest, oh, victory, oh, mastery, oh, conquest, oh, conquest, oh, victory, oh, conquest, oh, conquest, oh, conquest, oh, genocide, oh, dopamine. This world is never enough for you. Oh, dopamine, I owe you my life. You were my ancestors' prayer to the future. You kept them focused, alert, always scanning the skyline for whatever might keep them alive another day. You, their impossible animal hope. At your urging, they stole fire from the god. Oh, dopamine, I love you for how far you've carried my courage, my perseverance, my calm in crisis. I seek you alone in the wilderness, miles removed from the civilizations you built. I feel in moments at one with what you want me to understand. You lift me out of myself. You tap me into a brilliance for which I have no other word but sacred. You are what I recognize in the eyes of a new lover. You are what blossoms in the space between. You are what bids me dive into the depthless pool of the blank page, coax words to the surface. O shimmering bridge of metaphor, I want to cross you into so much understanding. O dopamine, I will never not be in pursuit. I will never not be a sail swollen to life with your wind. Let me love the way your longing feels in my body, the stretch and strain, tension and tautness. To revel in you is to both honor and defy you. Every day I celebrate the right of wanting. O movement, O potential, O universe mid-expansion, enlightenment with a sharp edge. O source at the center of me, lucid spring water, forever in the ecstasy of emerging into the light. Thank you.
So we have, maybe we'll just take a brief break, grab some flyers. There's agendas for the event today, a few more materials, and there's on this table here, there's an interest form. So if you would fill out an interest form, you get a raffle ticket. And this book of this table of books over here, we're gonna raffle off some books, and some books will be gifts. But let's just take a brief break and we'll just reconvene here in like 2 minutes. How's that? Oh, there's name tags also. You want a name tag?
We're talking, so.
Oh, yeah, no worries.
Wow, you know.
I do not. It's gonna happen.
Well, yeah. No, you have a. I know you don't.
Like, this is like, you know, claustrophobic, is, full tunnel, you know, really. Yeah. And one part of the detail that. So. All right. Yeah.
I definitely.
Yeah.
I believe it, but I. Yeah. Very.
Good morning, Nick.
Very good.
It's good to see you.
Is this music time? Let me look at it.
Oh, no, not yet.
Oh, we're getting tuned up. I'm not sure that we need to.
I don't know. It'd be nice.
Yeah, and then, I mean, just put it in the.
You can put it on.
I think.
And it's a big house and. Good text. Yeah, I read it, I didn't read the final. I read it early. So I don't know where it is, but Aaron would be. That's for that before they. Yeah. Are you writing it? Yeah.
You have to be allowed.
Christine's, an energy.
Nice.
Well, and a bruised and. She wasn't sure again, like,
Oh, yes.
I was like, where are my glasses?
so yeah. Oh, I.
Okay. Welcome back. International Day of Happiness. I'm Nick Hernandez, and so, yes, the book titled Languishing, everybody, please take a copy of that book by Professor Corey Keyes. There are other books that will be given away as well, but if you'd like a raffle ticket, so I think the way the raffle tickets work is take two, keep one, put the other one in a jar of some sort. We'll find a jar, or just leave it on the table. Okay, so happy life. Happy life. The tattoo. So I'm all in on this happy life thing. So it's an acronym. So this acronym, it stands for what I think of as basic elements of human flourishing. So the H is for health, physical and mental. The A is for aesthetic experience, natural and creative beauty. The P is for play, creativity, the arts, games, sports, humor, and more. The other P is for pleasure. I think of pleasure as when we talk about all the various positive emotions, which I think of as kind of, in particular, happiness is emotional well-being, but I think pleasure is the thing that positive emotions have in common. The Y is for yes saying. It's a phrase from the German philosopher Nietzsche, and it's like a broad saying yes to life. And then followed by, I would think of it as like our individual core values around which we build our lives. L, life, the web of life. I, information, the goodness of knowledge. F, friendship, the spectrum of positive social interaction. And E is engagement. So that is flow, being absorbed in experience. So for myself, health. So I let mine go during a period of time when I was mentally very focused on well-being. But physically, I let myself balloon up to about 300 pounds. So 2021, or 2019, actually, I started just going to the gym. 2021, I started to drop some weight, got down to 260. So there's a health change, and I feel much better now. Aesthetic experience. One of my top character strengths is appreciation of beauty and excellence. And at there was a period of time when I was a ballroom dance instructor downtown, and I thought, how could I build that strength? And my thought was, go to the Sheldon Museum and look at the art, just meditate on it. So over my lunches, I would just go to the Sheldon and sit and take in the art. Play, partner dance. So 2009, I learned how to do partner dancing. First, it was country swing. Then there was a tango bar here in Lincoln, and salsa. They played salsa on Thursdays, tango on Fridays. I learned how to do that. It became this incredible, playful, how do you play as a grown-up? I didn't know how. So I figured out a way to be playful. Okay. So pleasure. When I look back on life, the thing where I found the greatest pleasure was as being a person in recovery and taking a meeting to the county jail. That was when I walked out and finished that the first time, that was the most incredible experience I'd ever felt. So let's see. Yes, saying. So I did the Strengths Finder from the Gallup organization in 2006. And it was a transformative experience for me because I had a very self-critical understanding of myself and a cynical worldview looking out on the world. So when I did the Strengths Finder, it was this entire vocabulary, 34 different character strengths that everybody's capable of developing. And it just obliterated my cynicism and self-critical attitude. So I visited the Positive Psychology Center at the University of Pennsylvania's website, and it said that their intention was to make interventions for individuals, organizations, and communities. So I was smitten with the idea of community and well-being, and that I just locked into that as a value that I wanted to shape my life around back in 2006. So here we are in 2024. This is the kind of thing that I see is at that intersection. So, but the value I would say is translate well-being research into positive community experiences. So that's an example of yes saying. That's a core value for me. Another one came about. My father passed away in 2011, at a fairly young age, and I just took some time to reflect on his life and what some of the things he said and what he did. And one of the things that he said was, don't let the good life get in the way of a better life. And it was just a phrase that he heard himself being a person in recovery from Kansas City. But it was something that I took at that point and said, he just passed away. And I just heard, and that's I spent maybe 2 hours just reflecting on his life, and that became another core value for me. So just basically keep growing. It also kind of corresponds to one of the strengths from the Gallup organization. It's maximizer. So that is kind of you finding things that are working well. And then the idea is how much better can it get? So one time when one memory I have of that is so one of the things that I did to build community, one of the first ideas I had was to start a neighborhood association. I lived in Havelock. There was no neighborhood association at the time, so I started one. And there was a show in KZUM, and they had me as a guest to sort of talk to me about it. It's a neighborhood show in KZUM. And they were like, so what's going on in Havelock? What's got you riled up? Why do you want to start a neighborhood association? Like, what's the problem, basically? And it was like, no problem. It's just kind of an awesome little neighborhood. Like, you know, is there an upward limit of awesomeness? that was my, response to their question. So that's kind of like a maximizer kind of mindset. Okay, so that's some examples of yes, light. So I was given a lot of opportunities by like benefactors. So I feel like an obligation to try to give back. So this is one way that, I'm trying to do that. But one of them was like helping out with going on Outward Bound. It's this outdoor sailing adventure. This was off the coast of Maine. And it's like, like you touch the water and it glows. Like the ship moves through the water at night and the water glows from the bioluminescence. There's like whales. You're sleeping out under the stars on this thing. It's not like it's kind of roughing it a little bit. It's not like life or death that Outward Bound does, but their motto is to serve, to strive, and not to yield. So it's kind of a cool program. But so that was an example where I felt connected to the web of life more deeply than any other time in my life. Information, another good. I took a class on Immanuel Kant, and it was a very intellectual experience. And the professor talked about the philosophical understanding of friendship, like every single class. The class was not about friendship, but like the way that he described it, was just incredible. And it was like poignant and moving every single class. I was not expecting it, but it was just kind of this intellectual experience that was unbelievable. Another one that was, let's see. So there's a philosophical tradition called the New Natural Law Theory in the Catholic tradition. And it basically lists out like a list of basic human goods, pretty much that correspond to happy life. And I've basically just adopted it a little bit. But so that's where this came from. And, this intellectual experience that I had. And then for friendship, I would say that like getting into recovery really opened up for me, like real friendship in life. Somehow I just didn't feel connected to other people. I knew people, family loved me, but I didn't, something wasn't letting that get through until I worked through the 12-step program. And then I started like a conversation group around well-being in 2011. I see some familiar faces that have been a part of that over the years. So those experiences in recovery and with the Positivity Matters meetup really opened up like friendship in my life. And engagement or flow, being absorbed in experience. For me, one of the first ones was getting into dance. Like partner dance is just such a physical, cognitive, playful experience. It takes up so much like bandwidth, I guess, that you just lose yourself. It's incredible. And then I found the same thing when I became a dance instructor and was teaching it. Again, flow, just like lost in the experience. And when I wound up getting a show on KZUM focused on well-being, and every single time it was just like, where did that 30 minutes go? It felt like a second. And I see people that have been guests on the show. Much appreciated. And I've restarted just on my own doing a podcast. So that's the Happy Life framework. There's some examples from my own life of, how I see those things playing out. And so that's kind of like introducing the Happy Life theory of human flourishing to the world. So there it is, it's launched. So ideas for what to do with that. A difference maker generator. So it's basically like sort of a mirror of 12-step recovery, but less steps. So it's, instead of the searching in fearless moral inventory, it's do a strengths finder. What are your strengths? You know, maybe they don't quite fit. So like some just reflection on what are your values? What are your core values? You know, self-care, difference-making values towards others. And then like go out and make a difference. Come back into a small group for conversation and talk about your experiences living your values, how you attempted to make a difference. So it's kind of like just a mirror of AA, except it's just not recovery from anything. It's just for the purpose of building mental well-being. So that's kind of like, you know, the idea that it's just been a conversation, a weekly conversation about well-being back to 2011. So our friend Paul Durbin here, he's going to share a little bit about some of his experiences later, but he's been a long-standing participant in this. And it's slowly expanding, slowly. But I think, you know, basically with the Happy Life framework, the difference maker generator, and things like this, where the International Day of Happiness is celebrated in community, I think it's maybe like a model that could be taken to other communities. Who knows? We'll see. So did I go over? I probably went way over my time, but let's see what we're up to now. Yes, I did go over. We've got music now. So this is Frail in Hearts. And I believe I see a former guest on the podcast as well that's part of the band. I think you were on the show one time when I used to have that on KZM, maybe? Or maybe not. And yeah, let's have some music. So, Frail in Hearts.
It'll be okay. It's in the universe. Everything will be all right. So we're Frail in Hearts. My name is Skylar Wyndham, and this is my dad, Roger Geary. And we're gonna be playing some music for you today, kind of a blend of songs that were written by other folks and songs that I wrote, that kind of captivate the spirit of happiness and spontaneous joy that we can find in our lives. Three little birds that on the ground, and don't you agree? Summer came like the so sweet, like the first touch on my toe. Everything sometimes, but it's all right. Oh, but it needs to be changed. Oh, they stay the same. Don't hesitate. Back in time, tell favorite song. You don't and get your head down. Stop by the baby. It's a dream. It's you. You're gonna find it somewhere, somehow. Like the sky. Oh, 70 at the block, the roads that. Just treat that. Don't you love? You got nothing out there. Yeah, don't die. It's great when it's all right. All these things that say, oh, don't you think it's strange? That good time, myself, favorite song. And let your head down. Stop by the tree. You get your dreams. You're gonna find it some was more than I could take. Did you say some night that we I thought that I was stronger. I realize that you don't even try. You want to at your hand that my baby to dream. Girl, that your head go put on a good time. Favorite song. Just your head down. That my baby to dream. Just that your head. You're gonna find yourself some. This next one I wrote and it's called Lovely, and it's kind of as a reminder to look in the mirror and love yourself and care about yourself, because so often I think a lot of us are reaching out to other people and being empathetic and understanding that their pain and suffering, but we can be our own worst critic and really beat up on ourselves and not give ourselves that same love and grace that seems easier at times to give to other people instead of ourselves. So that's what the meaning of lovely is. So I passion. Oh, I'm not gonna tell you, you know, I'll be from oh my, I'm trying, but I wanna give up. Don't want to get, but it's with my thunder. Thank you. Recently, I came across a book kind of spontaneously. My husband started a volunteer book drive to donate used books, people that if you don't want your books anymore, they're kind of cluttering up your space. He wanted to find a good home for those books. So they weren't cluttering up somebody's spaces, but they also weren't just going to a dumpster or something. And with his master's in library science and his passion for criminal justice reform, he thought, what can I do? This is such a big problem, criminal justice reform. And our legislators are often dropping the ball on that question. But he felt empowered in his own right and his own power to make a difference. And he decided to start a book drive for our prison libraries. And so at this point, he's donated approximately 1,000 books, I think a little bit more at this point, and he's about to drop off some more in a month or so. And to me, that's amazing. So a portion of those were his own collection. He seeded the volunteer project with, and then a lot of friends, family, coworkers, folks at church, just everybody has donated those books to the prison libraries. And that's a way that we can make a difference in our own right. And sometimes we need to remember that we are empowered to make a difference with our own actions, right? And we can make the world a better place. We can build heaven here on earth, so to speak, with our own actions. And one book that ended up coming across, I guess spontaneously, it was being donated and he kind of picked it out to read for himself, but I ended up borrowing it from my husband, was a book called Spontaneous Happiness. And that was by Andrew Weil, or I think that's the name, and he's a doctor, and he talks about his experience in his medical practice with overcoming depression, mental health challenges, and finding spontaneous happiness. So I definitely recommend that book, Spontaneous Happiness. And he's written a lot of books, but that one really touched my heart and spirit because we're not happy all the time, and that's okay. Sometimes bad moments we turn into songs, and that helps us heal. And it's good to feel these negative emotions, and some of those are very powerful songs or powerful emotions, such as anger and grief and sadness. And it's important to feel those and to make way for happiness, because I find it difficult, at least in my own right, to feel happiness if I haven't worked through those other emotions, right? So that's a very important book to find spontaneous joy in our life or cultivate it. But here's one you might recognize, and please sing along if you know the.
I like spontaneous.
Thank you for I'm gonna say. What's happening? Nancy. Look out, there's. Well, I wrote this one and it's called Meadowlark, and I wrote it in honor of Nebraska as our home. It's a little bit more of a pensive song. It's very reverent toward nature and the interconnectedness. I like how Nick talked about the web of life that we're all a part of, and I really felt that when I was writing this. And of course, the meadowlark is our state's bird, and hearing nature's song is a huge inspiration for me, and also the source of spontaneous joy. I'm sorry, you don't respond. I'm broken down. Take me back to the heavens of space. Flying home to my mother's side. No matter what I see, with me. Like river, with strong. Carry me back to where I belong. Speaking the time. Where I know seems to stop. Forgetting we never see our family. Love all that's good. And to. Thank you. So I'd like to do that. We'll do some more bird songs for you all. I like to joke. We have a lot of bird songs, but there's a lot of symbolism in there with the singing and the flying free. There's something nice about that. So. This one was not very fun. Different Beatles song.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, your love, it's nothing to write. Take something I've learned to say. All your life. It's not to be black night. Blackbird singing and I don't know. Broken wings and lungs on your life. This moment to Blackbird singing instead of that. Something I don't like to all your life. This moment to be free. That it's been a lot of dark black night. And we will end on one more bird song, and I'll have my dad sing with me bird chick. He's got more of like the gritty bluesy song, but even though this one is a little grittier, it still speaks hope for helping people with compassion and generosity.
But time to something.
Yeah, yeah.
I can't something. Future.
Good to do, yeah.
I like. I like it. Well,
Very nice to have enough. We are Fairland Hearts. You can find us on Facebook and fairlandhearts.com and Instagram. Thank you so much for having us. Feel very blessed.
Let's give away a book.
Dick, I didn't get a ticket.
You do.
I get signed up.
There's
Oh,
a
yes, I
ticket.
do. There's one right here. Okay. Oh,
Okay. 293. 26. 31.
Oh, it's neat.
I'm sorry.
What do you say?
By Professor Richard Deanspear.
Oh, I don't. Thank you.
We put it back in, we'll leave it.
No, take it out.
Well, you might win another.
I know, but once a time, this is lovely. We'll have money back in.
Here.
Oh, that's-
Wow,
wow,
you go.
wow. Now I am questioned.
So there's an encyclopedia of positive psychology. And I saw an interesting article in it on physiological toughness at some point back in probably 2006, 2007, somewhere in through there. On the positive psychology website for the University of Pennsylvania, they had a directory of professors at various universities across the country. And I noticed that there were some right here in Lincoln, Nebraska. And eventually I got to meet one and have him on as a guest on the KZUM. And then he wrote a book. And he's here with us today, Richard Deanspear. That's the end.
Well, thank you for inviting me, Nick. I appreciate this. I'd like to talk about toughness and how we can achieve it. And everything that I wanted to say today is right here in my pocket on the travel drive. But never mind that. Now it's on a pad in front of me. I do want to talk about what I call toughness, which means essentially resistance to stress and to aging. And especially to fill you in on what I would call the science of toughness, which is what that book that Judy just inherited is about. By the way, I wrote that book with the idea that this is going to ensure my future retirement financially, and that I would probably have a problem getting rid of some of my wealth as a result of the book. But the publisher who was looking for that book looked at it as other folks had before and said, this is an academic book. This is not a book that's going to appeal to people to read who are sort of normal people. And indeed, it's turned out to be that way. I have had to give up the whole idea of the yacht. It's gone, and so on and so forth. But anyway, it was an adventure to write it, and it does get sold as an academic book. I was shocked when it was first published that the English publisher was selling it for £120, so it's about $150. Come on, who's going to buy this book? And it turned out I was right. No one was going to buy it. So we're talking today mostly about happiness, and to some extent, as I came in, we were talking about dopamine, which has a lot to do with happiness, with the long poem about that. So much of what I'm going to say really relates to dopamine, and in some sense, dopamine and the other major neurotransmitters, because I'm going to talk really about how cognitive stimulation and physical exercise and nutrition, those are the things I'm going to focus on, influence the balance of our neurochemistry, which has everything to do with whether or not we are happy and content and feeling motivated and so forth. So with that as an intro, I want to talk a little bit first about just name a couple of things about the brain and about neurochemistry, because that's really what gets influenced by exercise, cognitive stimulation, and some dietary elements. The hippocampus, you all probably actually know about, and I don't need to tell you about. there's the hippocampi, one on each side of the brain, sort of begin towards the midline of the brain, come out towards the ear. They're a structure that is named for seahorse, which is what hippocampus really translates to. And this is where our memories get consolidated. So as we experience the episodes of our lives, the episodes have components that are emotional and cognitive, and we have visual components to the episodes, these memories. And the hippocampus brings in or takes in these various different modalities, various different components of this episodic memory, pushes them together, consolidates them, so that essentially it feels like a memory of something, a memory of arriving here today and listening to a poem about dopamine, for example, which has all kinds of information and emotional and the whole visual thing. These components of the memory get stored in different areas of the brain, which is kind of interesting. So the visual parts get stored way in the back of the brain where the visual centers are. Emotional stuff gets centered, gets stored in areas called the limbic system and so forth. When you remember these memories, the hippocampus goes back to work and reassembles all those components that it draws from different areas of the brain, pushes them together into what feels like a consolidated whole memory of the thing, not a bunch of components, but a real whole. The hippocampus is absolutely vital to our lives. It's where, it's not where the memory gets stored, but it's where it gets made in a sense. And when we lose our hippocampal function, as we do with the onset of dementia and the sliding of age-induced cognitive decline, we lose our lives. We lose the stories of your lives, of your life. You essentially lose yourself. So the hippocampus is absolutely vital, and it's one of the first most fragile areas of the brain, perhaps because it's so plastic, which of course is a term you all know what it means. It just means the flexibility, the changing of the brain as we remember things and so forth. Because it's got to be so plastic. It's got to be so fluid, so changeable to handle different memory now than 5 minutes ago. It's the most fragile. And as we slip into cognitive decline, it's the part that tends to go first. And you've seen that if you've watched, and I'm sure everybody has. You've watched people slide into early depression in old age and so forth, and you see this memory thing is usually, especially with Alzheimer's, the thing that goes first. Okay, enough about the bad stuff. One of the things that, well, a little bit more about the bad stuff. As these changes occur, some of the drivers of the changes are the changes in the neurochemistry as we age and as we experience stress. One of the things to note about that is that aging and stress lead to brain changes that are identical. Keep that in mind as you think about how important it is to keep stress levels in your lives minimized. Because if you want to just age your brain, then live a life that is stress-filled. And stress, by the way, is not, as it is sometimes defined by some folks as just sort of a really busy life. That's being really busy and being really challenged is not what is meant by stress. Stress ought to really usually have the term dis in front of it, so it sounds like distress. Because it's those negative things, those negative mental things that you want to avoid. You don't want to avoid engaging yourself in extremely challenging activities, so forth, whether they be physical or mental. Those are good for you. Okay. Prefrontal cortex area that's sort of over the eyeballs here is where we do most of our problem solving. People call it the executive center or executive functions, so forth. That's another area that's reasonably fragile and begins to decline as we age, and certainly begins to decline if we begin to slip into any kind of dementia. So it's those areas of the brain, hippocampus, prefrontal cortex, that we're most concerned with keeping healthy. And happily, when we talk about the positive impacts of cognitive stimulation or physical exercise or affectionate activities, which fits in a little more closely with today's theme. When we think about those sorts of things, we're thinking the areas that they influence the most in a positive sense are those that are most fragile in a negative sense. So it's the hippocampus and the area around it and the prefrontal cortex and so forth that get most of the positive impact from these positive things that we can do. Specifically, the neurochemistry that plays such a role in the health of our neural structures tends to be first the group of neurochemicals we call the neurotransmitters, of which we have been schooled on dopamine quite a bit. It's the motivational chemistry in the brain. Although it's mostly associated with happiness and positive moods, really it's more appropriately thought of as that which fuels our motivation, our drive to do various things. Other neurotransmitters that you know of course, are serotonin, which you probably know tends to be low when you're experiencing depression or very tired. Noradrenaline, which is similarly one of those activating neurochemistry chemicals in the brain. And acetylcholine, which is the neurotransmitter that's mostly important around the hippocampus. So if acetylcholine levels get low, then you have difficulty remembering things and so forth. So if I'm going to leap way ahead now to where I intended to end up talking about nutrition, you got to think about choline levels in your food. There are some nutritionists who believe that high levels of Alzheimer's in Britain are because the nutrition standards in Britain do not include standards about choline levels, in encouraging people to consume foods that have good choline levels. Choline tends to be high in wheat germ, and it tends to be high in eggs. So that egg a day idea that took over from the great fear of eggs from 3 decades or so ago, when we were told, they'd kill us with the cholesterol. Having a regular egg is a really good idea because there aren't an awful lot of foods with choline in them. You can also buy choline supplements. My dear wife Karen and I use a capsule of choline supplement every day, simply because we are convinced having good choline levels makes a lot of sense. Choline contributes to the neurotransmitter acetylcholine. It's a major component, of course. Choline is of acetylcholine. And acetylcholine is, again, that neurotransmitter that is allowing us to form memories in the hippocampus and to then store them throughout. So, leaping ahead where I shouldn't be. The mental stimulation, how come that works? Well, it works because whenever neurons fire a lot repeatedly because you're learning something new or you're performing some activity that's stimulating, causing some cognitive domains. Whenever those neurons are repeatedly firing, they not only require a neural transmitter in order for one neuron to activate another, to bridge the gap in the synapse between the neurons, the neural transmitter has to be released. Everybody knows about neural transmitters, dopamine and so forth. Neurotropin is a very similar term, but neurotropins are like growth hormones. And whenever the neurons get really active in one circuit or another, they tend to release in that neighborhood where those neurons are firing, they tend to release these growth hormones, these neurotropins, of which the one you read about the most is called brain-derived neurotrophic factor, and it's always written BDNF for obvious and good reasons. So BDNF gets released when the neurons get very active, and these neurotropins, these growth factors in the brain, cause new neurons and new synapses to be developed. Even in brains as old as mine, and I'm probably the oldest brain here, new neurons get developed in response to that kind of neural activity. They get developed mostly in just a couple of areas of the brain, and one of them, as you might expect, is in the area of the hippocampus. There's a specific slice of the hippocampus called the dentate gyrus, which you don't need to remember for any. And that's where the new ones get born, if you will, out of neural stem cells that have been sitting there your whole life. Your whole life, you've been carrying these same neural stem cells, and they just have been waiting for something to come along and kind of give them the kick to become real neurons, or other of the cells that develop in brains. So brain structures develop as a result of brain activity via these chemicals called neurotropins. I'll tell you about just one study that illustrates this sort of thing and it's one of the best studies that I know. There are a number of similar studies in which people in language schools have been studied, but this particular one is about German medical students. At the end of their second year or so, they face an exam called a physicum. So the physicum is this thing that's going to determine whether they're going to go on past the end of their second year. And so it's scary and requires intense study. The research that I'm speaking of use brain scans, MRIs, looking at the specific areas of the hippocampus and some of the frontal areas associated with the kind of studying these folks were doing. 3 months before the physicum, before these people faced the physicum, at the time of the physicum, the exam, and 3 months after, they did brain scans, which means this is pretty expensive research because these scans are, they're not trivial things to do. $100,000 worth of equipment and so forth. Compared with college students who were not facing this kind of really significant exam, the size of the hippocampus and the size of the prefrontal cortex, a size you can actually see in a brain scan, change in size you can see in a brain scan. These brains grew in the 3 months between the time of beginning studying before the exam up until the time of the exam. Both areas, prefrontal cortex and hippocampus, grew noticeably, statistically significantly compared to themselves when they started, the med students compared to themselves when they started, and compared to the control group of just regular old college students, who themselves, of course, were experiencing stimulation. So they might have been getting some brain growth as well. Well, neat. Both areas expanded in a significant level in the 3 months preceding, and although the prefrontal cortex then leveled off in terms of size in the next 3 months, the hippocampi kept on growing for 3 months, even past that period of 3 months of intense studying. Wow. I mean, wow, that's just, I mean, when I first read that stuff and got into this, it just blew me away. I mean, everybody, you know, I'm a psychologist, so I know, like all academic psychologists, that it's not true that our brains stop growing and the neurons just die and so forth as we get older. Other things happen as well. So I knew all that, but to actually see that there was growth sufficient in these adults, 30-year-olds, growth sufficient to actually see it on a brain scan as a result of 3 months of study, that's inspiring. That's enough to say, maybe I shouldn't watch Jeopardy every night. Maybe I should be doing something, you know, a little bit more brain grabbing than that. Very similar, even more powerful stuff comes from the research on physical exercise. Most of what's been studied over the years has been aerobic exercise, but the kind of stuff that involves lifting and so on and so forth also plays a big role and is much more reported on these days, this year or the last 2 or 3 years, than used to be the case when aerobic exercise was touted so. Exercise is probably the most efficient, the most effective things you can do for brain growth and cognitive improvement, delaying cognitive decline and so forth. Even more than cognitive stimulation, physical exercise has shown in studies across 4 decades to be absolutely the way. If you had to choose a single thing, so emphasize nutrition or emphasize cognitive stimulation or emphasize physical exercise. If it were a single thing, do the exercise. But they don't all, those things don't overlap. The impacts on brain and cognition from cognitive stimulation or physical exercise or nutrition, they're all different. They often operate through similar means. There are some nutrients that when you consume them, they increase the level of BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor, that growth hormone in the brain. They increase brain levels of that just by consuming them. But you also get them vastly increased as a result of both mental stimulation and physical exercise. The mental stimulation impact on the brain is sort of easy to understand because it follows a kind of a use it or lose it logic, doesn't it? The logic that I was talking about a little while ago. You use those neurons, they emit some neurotropins. The neurotropins cause, well, I didn't say this before, but they turn on some genes, they activate some genes in the brain that then produce proteins that then produce the neurons and the synapses that we want to see blooming in there. So that's how it works. The chemical activates the gene produces other chemicals, in this case, mostly proteins, and you get some growth of tissue. And all that's really cool. So we can understand that as a result of mental stimulation. All right, that got me the story I just told was a story of mental stimulation. Well, how come taking my legs out for a walk every day is going to do even better stuff in the brain? That's not a use it or lose it sort of logic. That you know, so using my legs is going to cause my hippocampi to be healthier. Nature does some shortcuts. Maybe in some sense you could even say makes some mistakes. You take those brains for a walk. You take the legs out for a walk each day, and there's a little bit of tearing up of the muscles and of course you're using your peripheral nervous system a lot as well. And the damage and the repair is benefited by having some brain-derived neurotrophic factor be released in the body. It's called brain-derived, but it isn't just derived from the brain. It's really comes from other areas. Well, that chemical, that growth hormone, crosses what's called the blood-brain barrier, which is the sort of protective way the brain keeps itself from getting a lot of poisons and bad stuff. Keeps bad stuff out more effectively than other organs of the body. Of course, well, brain-derived neurotropic, the barrier is crossed by this chemical, by the BDNF, by the brain-derived neurotrophic factor. So the exercise you do in your body, despite the fact that the chemical is being produced by your body to repair the part of your body you've been using, it also gets into the brain. And the brain grows, and cognition ultimately grows as a result of the physical exercise. It's cool, and I think of it as nature's mistake, but it's a happy mistake. Standpoint what it does for us. I want to spend, since we're oriented towards happiness, you understand, I'm sure, since I started, that everything that we're talking about by way of keeping the brain healthy, keeping the neurochemistry balanced and so forth, is going to contribute to your well-being. After all, people don't get happy when they start getting demented. You know, when people are experiencing cognitive decline, that's one of the most stressful, awful things, especially when you're still at that point where you recognize that it's happened. That's bad stuff. So keeping you happy is in part just plain keeping brain healthy, but it's also keeping levels of things like the dopamine, which we started with, up to the level it should be. And dopamine is one of those neurochemicals that is stimulated, that does both have short-term impacts from things like cognitive stimulation and exercise, positive short-term impacts on dopamine levels, and also positive long-term impacts. The long-term impacts happen because these activities that toughen us, like exercise and cognitive stimulation, don't just change the way genes function immediately, don't just change the proteins that the genes are kicking out right after they get activated. But those activities also change the long-term responsivity of the genes. In other words, they change the way the genes function in the long term. If you have a child, so we're going to reach to the opposite of happiness for a moment. If you have a child who's experiencing a great deal of neglect and abuse, then it changes the way the genes function that are responsible for producing both brain-derived neurotrophic factor and the receptors for that chemical. It decreases the ability of those genes to produce that chemical and to produce the receptors for that chemical in the future. And it changes the way the genes produce them in a way that affects that kid for a lifetime. A severely abused child will never be the same individual. That doesn't mean they can't grow up and be a fine person or a smart person even, but they won't be as fine and smart as they would have been had they not had those kinds of experiences, if they were severe experiences. Those prints on the brain, on the genes, can last for a lifetime. It's a whole new science. It's called epigenetics, and it has to do with how genes become more easily activated or more difficult to activate in the future. The fancy fancy terms like methylation and acetylation that describe on the one hand, the decreasing sensitivity in the gene, that's the methylation, and the acetylation, the increasing sensitivity of some genes. So you can also increase the sensitivity of genes. And so really good nurturing is going to not only increase, well, forget the not only, it's going to increase your capacity to generate estrogen and oxytocin and other chemicals that you associate with the real topic of our conference here, happiness and feeling good and so forth. So you can kill with bad experiences in life, you can kill the way genes function, or you can enhance the way genes function. Let's talk a little bit about nutrition. Nutrition is always positive. Oh, well, it's not always positive. It's even positive. Couple of the things that I wanted to leave you before departing here. Diets really do make a difference, and most of you are aware of what the Mediterranean diet is, at some level anyway, or the MIND diet. The MIND is it's always in capital letters, MIND, all caps, because it stands for Mediterranean something or other in DASH. The DASH diet is that diet that's created for people who have cardiovascular issues, that tends to be low in saturated fats and salt and so forth. So anyway, both diets have proven themselves to be at least as effective as this new Alzheimer's drug that's hit the market. Well, it's just been approved by the FDA. You've probably read about it recently, within the last couple of months. It's a drug that'll slow down the progression of dementia in people who are already experiencing mild dementia by something like 25% a month or something of that sort. And most of the stuff that I've written about I have a recent book, much more recent than the one that Judy just inherited, that is about nutrition in the age of growth. And most of the nutrition chapters in that book that deal with fats of various sorts and so on and so forth are actually more effective than this damn new drug that costs you something in the neighborhood of $1,500 a month if you were to get it. So and not only do diet things like that have those levels of impact on brain and cognition, but so do the activities that I've been pushing so hard, cognitive stimulation, physical exercise, and so forth. The level of impact that they have on brain preservation, on cognitive preservation, is way more than this brand new, everybody's celebrating expensive Alzheimer's drug. Prevention for everything is usually cheaper and more effective than cures, as everybody here knows.
Right.
So a couple of the things I would mention real quickly, besides taking a look at things like the Mediterranean diet, the MIND diet, that they emphasize consuming fruits and vegetables, being aware that there are some fats that are really good for you, the monounsaturated and polyunsaturated fats. So this means essentially olive oil in the first case, and fish oil or omega-3s in the second case. Those are really, really important for the brain. And it's always interesting, by the way, to get into the dietary literature, because almost none of it deals with brains and cognitions. When you'll get these headlines in the newspaper that say, well, we've just shown that multivitamins are great for you, or that saturated oils are worse and so forth. And almost always the worse or better has to do with cardiovascular issues or once in a while cancer, diabetes, sugar control, things of that sort. Very seldom do they focus on brains and cognition. And, some of the literatures that you're likely to be interested in, like, for example, the literature on lifetime estrogen levels. Very important for women. The impacts that they have on brain are really important. And they almost never get discussed. It's heart attacks and cancers that get discussed, but not cognition, not brain. So something to keep in mind as you get into thinking about doing some research yourself. And by the way, researching things like nutrient impacts on cognition is just not all that tough. Google Scholar is the way you go. You just simply jump into, on your computer, Google Scholar, not just on Google. If you say to Google, what's the impact of eggs on cognition, or spermidine, which is an important component of, choline, which is an important component of eggs. If you just ask that question, you get a whole lot of newspaper articles and often well-written science magazine articles and stuff. Google Scholar is where you find the research. And it's scary at first because, if you put in a couple of keywords like review spermidine cognition, it's big list, instantly, big list of journal articles. And you say, oh, this is pretty intimidating. Even the titles are pretty intimidating. But then, you read the abstracts. You start to read the abstracts. You read them very carefully. And often you find understandable. It's saying ultimately, this is really good for your brain, or this is. And if it's a review, and it's a modern review, where the researchers have consolidated the information from dozens, sometimes hundreds of papers on that thing. Often you can be pretty satisfied. You're getting the real stuff. And it's important to think about doing that once in a while, because on the web otherwise, you're probably seeing the same thing I am. You're seeing these marvelous developments, always by some doctor somewhere who's got a company that makes this stuff, of combinations of things that will absolutely make you much smarter in a very, very short period of time. Almost always right. But there are ways to find the real dope. You just look at the ingredients. Anyway, okay. Couple of the monounsaturated, polyunsaturated oils are really good for you. Obviously, you can't overdo it because they got tons of calories, and that could be a problem. Polyunsaturated are things like omega-3s, that's monos like olive oil. Olive oil is not just good because the oil is their own stuff, but because it's full of wonderful chemicals called polyphenols, many phenol molecules of many different kinds. And there's some great research. Most nutrition research is correlational, but there's some great clinical research in which, for example, in one of the studies I'm thinking of, can't remember which country in Europe. Anyway, 4 years of buying people extra virgin olive oil in one condition, they got a liter a week, because I expect they thought they were sharing it with their families. So randomly assigning people to counseling about diet, and 2 other groups, one with one kind of olive oil, another with another kind of olive oil. 4 years, these people get this stuff, and they get very good, thorough cognitive tests before and after. Some of them are essentially IQ tests. Makes a difference. It makes a difference to have the olive oil over 4 years in terms of brain IQ. 4 or 5 IQ points, I believe they calculated at the end of this particular study. There were a lot of people, there were 450 or so people in this research. So enough that you knew this was real. There are studies like that out there. So you pay attention to the oils, don't forget everything that's got a lot of color in the vegetable, fruit line tends to be rich in various positive chemicals. That's the blueberries, which, you know, you've heard so much about in the last couple of decades. Well, yeah, that's real. I mean, that's not one of those hype things that, because most farmers aren't making all that much money by hyping their blueberries. So colorful fruits and vegetables too, green leafy vegetables, mushrooms. Most people don't think about mushrooms. Really good for the brain. There are a couple of chemicals that are especially effective antioxidants. You would tell me if I'm running over, wouldn't you?
Probably. Let's see. Let's see. Hey. Yeah, 2 more minutes.
2 more minutes, okay. Gosh, I can do this in 2 minutes. Whenever energy is created in any part of your body, muscle, brain, neurons, whatever, it's because of these little organelles called mitochondria. They're really tiny. They're thought to be bacteria back in the old days that somehow got incorporated into we organisms with cells. There are literally thousands of them within a cell. I mean, they're that small. The mitochondria are what change fuel, glucose, and to some extent fats, into energy. And through a process that I'm not going to even attempt to describe. The mitochondria age with us. They have their own genes. By the way, they come from our moms. Mothers pass on in their egg the mitochondria that we all then get. Sperm do not carry any mitochondria at all along with them. They don't pack a lunch, so to speak, unlike the eggs, which can be very, very large. So the mitochondria have their own genes that come through their mother. That's an interesting story. Mitochondria are kept healthy by the nutrition that we consume. The nutrition that is most effective for mitochondria comes from mushroom. Anything that's an antioxidant is helping our mitochondria to survive. So all things like vitamin C and the orange juice you drink and so on and so forth, anything that's high in antioxidants helps mitochondria. The problem with mitochondria is when they take something like a sugar molecule and turn it indirectly through some steps into energy, they also release as a byproduct a particularly hungry form of oxygen molecule called a reactive oxygen species for some strange reason. And this especially active, potent oxygen molecule tends to grab onto things like DNA molecules and RNA molecules and so forth and hurt them in the long term. And that's what partly, and is thought by some people to be almost entirely, causes our aging, is too much rusting, if you like, too much rusting of things like DNA and RNA and so forth. So you keep the mitochondria healthy, and you are having an impact on one of the major influences of brain aging. Mushrooms. Two things that you've never heard of in mushrooms that are extremely important. One's called ergothioneine. Try that 2 times in a row. And another is spermidine. You won't hear much about these, but modern science is looking at them very closely, saying these are the fountains of life. Okay, questions? And you get to tell how much time we've got for questions. Yes.
2 things. First, Dick, I don't think you might have the oldest or most senior brain here.
I bet I do.
I hit the big 80 some months ago.
I'm 4 years older than you.
It's all mushrooms. Technical question. You said, choline. I missed part of what choline is.
Choline, yes. As in acetylcholine, CHOLINE, eggs, think eggs. Also, you can, the supplements you would get through, the drugstore, through, Amazon, cheap. Yes,
Should we exercise more to fix all the bad things that we've done to our brain over our lives?
it would help. Your brain would thank you.
Yeah. Doesn't matter what kind.
No, actually, it doesn't. It's better if you do it enough, like, 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, the usual recommendations for aerobic. And nowadays, folks are talking much more about resistance exercise and doing that a couple times a week if you've got time or energy for it.
Thanks.
All right.
I would think
Okay, I thought of some housekeeping things. Are you pressed for time?
No.
Okay, well, we'll take a little break here, but there's some waters over here. And I think with the number of people, I didn't know how many people there would be, but like all the books on that bar table over there, like peruse it, grab any books that you want from there. Restrooms are kind of around the corner back here. And I brought some art. If you like some of it, it's like there's some very fine text on one of the pieces of art over there. It's kind of cool. There's also some yoga mats back here if anyone wants to stretch out. Where'd Paul go? I think Paul just stepped out, but he'll show you some stretches if you're interested in learning some stretches. And yeah, let's maybe take 5 and we'll get started in 5. So, okay.
Spectacular. I'm just trying to stop. I don't even know. It matters to me. Hey, thank you so much. It's so funny. I see like funny things behind that box. I'm like, that's it. Wow. I did. Maybe you were like to reflect for it. I think really good. Yeah. Pictures? No, I haven't. Yeah. So my kind of piano. It's so like, who does that?
We all went downtown and I was like, what's going on? Like,
Just so wow. Did you get tons of like?
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's this one guy, like walked by the bar and just like saw us and like came in, wanted to hang out with us. And like half of my friends were trying to hit on her and I was like, you know what? You need to calm down. And you know, she's very cute. And then she called her friends, Dungeons and Dragons friends. I was like, oh, this girl. There's these, and so then all of a sudden these other people are like not quite as dressed up as we were. And like there's a wizard hat and like a big axe, like they came in, just like yeah.
On in Lincoln. I'm sorry, I was areas in the bar. I was stopped too. I would stop whatever I was doing. I would be late to my next appointment. I would schedule and I would go hang out with Barry. Yeah. Yeah, it's funny, like, it's like I didn't know until today. I knew that you would be on camera, right? Today, but I didn't know if you weren't here when I was. Yeah, but I was like, no, so this was last minute, right? No, this is the last. Okay, I was like, hey, girl.
No,
It's like, you can't start this with that.
The best Harry does. That's one.
I'll just all those. I know, right? You know? It was so. It's the backfield now. It's like that. Is it snowing? It's mega snowy, look. It's a blizzard. It's supposed to be.
Well, I get just really
Yeah. This is for these signed ones over here. Everyone grab a.
Okay.
One.
Put my name on it.
Yeah, you just take one. Drop one in there and take one.
I seen you so long. I was trying to find it on the way here. Was it the Alliance of Artist Communities?
How are you?
Good. Yeah. I went to one stand and I heard
It-
event and since we were starting to see it. Very
expensive to join, I never charged. I've been in and out. It's really great, yeah. Yeah. I can't keep up with all this. Yeah, it's crazy. I actually, I live, I've done 10 years. I should have students. I'll be back. I need to check her back also then.
Oh.
So that's really, it's moving along and maybe this year I can over this one that I just don't look at. So it's good and I'm doing the workshops. What I can manage. Yes. And our computer. Stuff, but now I'm. I'm so happy I got this to say.
Oh, I'm gonna be my.
Yeah, oh my God, I think it's so bad. Yes, it's too. And actually, I want to go with it. It's not here. To go.
Oh, I'm sure. And did you get some bugs?
I did, yeah.
I was thinking about that, what feeling like, we're always, you know, trying to out of like, you know, I believe that was great. Did that go pretty fine? That's not fair to you that. Get for the girl. I understand. We want to do this other stuff. Yeah, that's. I love that. That opportunity myself.
How did she? See rivals that have started 5 years ago and they're.
Yeah. Yeah, I was actually.
Yes.
Not enough or never. Yeah. My favorite jam for you. Yeah. So I thought the
Well, pushing back a little bit, but, eventually, let's see, the poet, where's our poet? Oh, there. Okay. Um, Poetry, I heard poetry being read with the graduate students, at a bar downtown. And just was fascinated by the poetry. And, I think that, you know, it's just, there's something incredible about what poets do with words. And, let's see if we can get Maria up here to read some poetry for us. Let's hear it.
There's not a cord there, I would trip over.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back. So anybody in the back row, if you don't hear me, I've never been quiet. It's never been a problem, but like, please do put please do put a finger up if you're not hearing me project. Okay, you're funny. You are funny. Okay, no, this is a great way to kick things off. I'm so happy to be here today. Thank you so much, Nick, for putting this event together. As I was telling my husband yesterday, and as everyone already knows, so it's kind of redundant to say, but Nick is awesome. Since I met him in Lincoln, probably one of the first people I'd met about 11 years ago as a PhD student. And ever since then, he's just been trucking along. So this is excellent. I am going to read from my collection of poetry translations. I spent a decade translating a Greek poet named Dimitra Koutula. And I'm also going to read from some of my newer poems from my forthcoming book. It's taken 15 years and it's going to come out in 2026. So that's no time. Thank you. It's another 2 years. Who cares? It's all good. I know it's the publisher's like, well, do you? I'm like, just no. Stop right there. I am ecstatic. So I thought I would open up with one of my many poems about bars. And this one is titled very aptly, Happy Hour. A woman with a feathered haircut droops like a lily over the bar. She's lost her credit card again. God damn it, she says, dumping out her wallet. And her kids, they say she ruined their life. What do they know about life, she says. What do they know about ruining? After her 6th shot of Jameson, she keeps examining the wallet's contents on the bar. She touches each card as if reading tea leaves before almost pitching off the stool. Who hasn't been there? They don't bring you anything but heartache, she says to no one. The slender bartender gently tells her she's cut off. A man no more than 30 in a flannel and baseball hat who is just informed the same slides beside her and takes her hand. We watch from the end of the bar as he ushers her onto the empty dance floor. They begin to spin like 2 tangled marionettes. He holds her as if grasping a sinking ship's splintered mast. He's the captain, or maybe they're both survivors, having stayed upright this long. She rests her head on his shoulder. It's too early to dance, too late to find love, but he buries his face in her hair. And then the bartender takes my hand and lifts me from my stool. And another townie follows as if pushed by an invisible breeze. Over their shoulders, as we move arm in arm to the music, I hear the woman tell her new companion that she doesn't drive too many OWIs, but lives right down the street. Holding hands, they stumble out of the swinging double doors, and light floods in, and still we dance, dumbstruck and sun-stunned, brushed by the tip of an angel's broken wing, only to see that it belongs to the person swaying beside us. Thank you. Yeah, if you ever see a random Greek chick, curly hair, twirling around in the bar alone, that's me. No judgment. So the next poem, and it's another one that is kind of about happiness too, and it's about how I've learned in my life to be happy about the problems that I encounter now as like normal person problems, not consistent disasters. You know, I'm not like getting stranded at borders. I'm not like suddenly like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. I'm not funny and I woke up with a crazy person. And no, like these are like the good problems now in my life. And this poem is aptly titled Self-Portrait as a Clogged Toilet. It's one of the normal problems. I'm like, yes, this is what normal people have. For once, a disaster you can control. Wild, wet rat girl, hunkered at the bottom of your self-made sewer. Now the tide flows over your great white goblet. You need to clink it with another giant glass. Here's to normal people problems you bent your head in prayer for before at the same pale bowl after drinking too much yellowtail because whatever half mad man you loved sank deeper into his own drink, went fishing with another girl, or stained your door with his manic shadow. Some days you have to praise the simple outpouring of your own shit. Here's to skid-marked years you soiled your reputation. A tired angel held back your hair, patient as a reflection, only for you to cough and plunge into another older man's arms. Whatever weary force turned back clean blood tests, whatever unnameable thing expelled bad choices from your body must be knelt before like a porcelain altar. Now you watch the bowl erupt what you thought was contained onto the white tile floor. Maybe this is God's giant phone, those years you called and just heard the ringing of your hungover, off the hook head. Perhaps there was always the answer. Maybe not the one you wanted, but maybe the one you needed, telling you, don't cry over spilled crap, telling you, rise and scrub up your human mess. And now sewage floods your floor, and still you wade out into the dirty, blessed waters of what you swore you left behind for good. Thank you. And this one is titled Love is a Light Bulb, and I wrote it especially for a friend of mine who got married. And yeah, I'm just very delighted for her. Oh, and also, just to embarrass my husband, who happily doesn't get embarrassed. There he is. Hi, Andy. So actually the poem begins and opens with a line from Andy. Andy, oh, you've heard me read this before, I think. On one of our dates, he showed up. It was our second date, I think. And I came to the door, and I was used to very like transactional relationships with like lots of sketchy people. And he shows up to come pick me up, and he produces a light bulb for me. And he goes, here. I'm like, what? And he was like, I don't know if you noticed this, but one of the bulbs in your bathroom was out. I brought you a light bulb. And I'm like, and I literally, I remember holding my door open and I stepped backwards so that I closed the door on my head. Like, just out of like severe shock, because I couldn't believe that somebody would just be so considerate and detail oriented and just kind. That was very, very foreign to me. So that was kind of how I knew that he was the one. That among other little things, but that was a big one for me. Yeah. A light bulb. A light bulb. Yeah, like literally, I was like, you remember that, right? Like, were you upset when I did that? I'm like, no, I just didn't understand how to handle that. I'm like, how are you paying attention to my bathroom lights and bringing me light bulbs? So, love is a light bulb that a man you barely know, picking you up for your second date, hands you for a bathroom fixture that you didn't even know was out. Love is when the lights are out, when your sweaty body sags and sighs against the weight of your equal. Love is an equal sign, the answer to when you want to gently stick his head between banister rails. It's the, no offense, it's the same symbol that stops him from doing the same to you. Love is cat vomit encrusted on the rug. It's the 99th time you've told him you don't need to use a public computer to book plane tickets because a Chrome incognito window works just fine.
and still he doesn't believe you. Love is a plane ticket out of Eden without a destination. Love is a Ferrari without a steering wheel. A woman who, once in a fit of rage, grabbed the steering wheel out of your hands while you were driving on the highway. It's the person who holds back your sick world's hair while it pukes comets. Love is looking at someone in hunger and not eating them. Love is those times we trail a lengthy shadow. Love is the window that stands between us. Love is standing at the window at dawn, wrapped in a blanket. Love is when you hand someone a loaded gun and say, don't shoot. It's when you put your hands up, step out of the vehicle, slowly stoop to wave a dirty napkin. It's when you keep waving that tiny white flag, always and forever, even in the middle of the darkest, longest night. Thank you. I think I'm doing okay on time. Nick was kind enough to, you are raffling some of my books along with Ted's, right? Ted Kuzer's, awesome. Yeah, my honorary grandpa, I spent way too much time working as his assistant. His book and mine are over there. If you'd like to raffle them, I'm also selling them for 20 bucks. So just to shamelessly self-promote, I'm about to read some of the Greek poetry translations I have. This was hard. She's not a very happy poet. I adore her work, but I had to like dig deep here. But I found some very like ecstatic poems she's written. This one is titled 3 Notes for One Melody. Truth is that I like to watch, slipping deeply back in time into the forbidden chambers with the ancient remains of forefathers. I've not become any wiser, but I love to let myself get carried away as the summer clarion fades by the splendid chords of forgotten poets. And I, gracious or even wretched, long for the living sob that tries to break away from me, crawling through the dark, shifting balances, seeking an emotional, more rich sky. Truth is that I still insist to claim, gently, distant, as a lily, if you wish, that ultimate destination, the only destination which leads nowhere, to no spring, has no death, no time or sun in the answer. Yeah. Then this one is Moods 10. The epigraph isn't very happy, but I would argue that the poem is. The melancholy seeped into me. I drip poetry. So I guess that's not a bad thing. You can drip worse things in poetry, right? I'm an eternal optimist. Tonight, I am excited. The sharp logic of this thankless and demanding art for once holds off. Come, we could, if you wish, walk together through long museum halls in love with their own statues. Survey the piercing doubt of the master's brushstroke below the soaked cloth. The marble, a wild surface prepared for drawing. We could surely, if you like, make a little music. It will be treasured and carefree. It will rise ever so slowly, but always with a trusted measure of even 4-time beats. Come, do not deny me. Besides, what will it cost? Bring along this moment and this page, this moment here on this page, my one asset. Call them off. For tonight, faithful to the virtue of tears, in a time of cynical confessions, I can, worthy and triumphant, for once, and only this once, defend you. So then I will close with one of her / our last poems, Escape or the Words. She has only to wait. They will find her, streaming over her like delicate fingers that outlasted the wait, exhausting the density between pauses until time becomes space, again, inner space, until she can listen to the garden work quietly again. Meanwhile, they ripple the air and are gone, exposing her brutally to the birds singing, tormenting the atmosphere with long, creeping strokes. Imagine them, an eternal walkabout against the symbolic or the beautiful, beyond that which hesitates or awaits in anticipation, studies in incarnation. They have their own way to pain her. They have their own way to leave. Each time more stubborn and more intimate, they abandon her and I watch. They flood their absence and leave. They grant her silence and leave. As if something beyond their roots is calling for them, something faded, more sheltered than the low relief of springtime's sea. That has always been, or rather was. The dew will gather like grapes and she won't be there. Cold rain will light the night. It is important to entrust everything to this flight, to let them mercifully finish their work. A page full of words is a page drowned in ragweed. Fiery leaves of elms shimmer, tiny bright red screams against my window pane. We know nothing about the ending. We cannot see through to the end. We cannot see beyond it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, maybe we'll raffle some books off real quick here, and then we'll have a panel. Who would like raffle tickets? Would anybody?
What do you do to interact?
What's that?
What do I need to do to interact?
Take one.
Oh dear, you give me money, do I need to give you money? Okay.
There you go, you did it.
I did it.
We got 2932635.
Look how you're stacked there.
Thank you. Okay, I don't need to put that back in there right now. Ending in 621. Ending in 621. Ending in 623.
That's me. I'm a winner.
Of course you are.
Thank you.
Ending in 628. All right. We broke that one first, but this is good. Okay, there you are.
Awesome.
Ending in 626.
Hey.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Ending in 627.
Let's meet all I already have one of these books.
Oh, yeah, you do.
So maybe I will.
Yeah, pass it along.
Just
Absolutely.
Yay.
One.
love.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what?
Did you say you wanted one?
And it's done by Ted Cruiser sign.
Sure.
There you go. Ending in 633.
Hey, not me. Oh, this is. Thanks so much.
Let's have a panel with arts organizations from the community, panelists for the arts. Welcome. Those enjoyed it.
Send it on.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. How about if everybody introduces themselves and then we'll pass around the question kind of how does art and the affect community well-being, I guess. But yeah, let's just go down the line and everybody can introduce themselves here. So yeah, Joe.
My name's Jim Shaw. I am the executive director of the Lux Center for the Arts.
I'm Karen Shoemaker, as the director of Arts on Writers Place. I'm Karen Coates, and I'm the owner and director of Constellation Studios at 21st Street, O Street.
I'm Tim Shaw. I'm the executive artistic director at Angels Theater Company.
And I'm Judy Hart, the founder of the Angels Theater Company.
All right.
Wow,
So
how do we even attack this question?
I know. Well, actually, yeah, so I do have one, so there's a big study by the Knight Foundation, and it's called The Soul of the Community, and they were looking at, for people who love where they live, why do they love where they live? And it was like, I think like a dozen different factors that they analyzed, and the top three came back: openness, the degree to which the community welcomes everyone that's there; the aesthetics, the natural and the created beauty of the community; and the third was the perception of social offerings, that there's things to do. So I thought with the arts organizations, it's like it's the created beauty and like stuff to do. So it's like double whammy there. So, and a lot of like the, you know, things that are depicted through the arts are like opening up communities oftentimes. So it's kind of like maybe it's all three right there. So anyways, it's like, I think like, so reverse engineering it, if these are the things that why people love where they live have in common, it's like reverse engineering it is to do more of those things. So thank you for doing all those things for Lincoln, Nebraska. And yeah, I guess whoever wants to start can start. Well, how do you want your being here in Lincoln to affect the well-being of the community, I guess?
Can I jump in first, because these guys are phenomenal, and I just want to get mine out of the way. Thank you for putting this panel together, but I don't know if I can speak directly to what you just did. I came up with what I would have to say, and I think I think it fits with what you're asking. And mine's just sort of the origin story. I'm the youngest organization up here, and we have several origin stories about why there is a lark song, et cetera. But the one that I wanted to talk about today had to do with where it came from, because the lark song was only 4 years old, and but I've been sort of all my adult life moving toward building something that would help the community and practicing for that. But there's this component of it that I always think is kind of funny, and when I was talking to you, Nick, I thought this is really the story to tell. Do any of you remember the movie Brigadoon? It's from the 1950s. It's Gene Kelly and Sid Charisse. It's about a couple of hunters in Scotland who get lost and end up finding this little village, this village, and they have this wonderful magical day. One of them, of course, falls in love, and then at sunset they have to leave the village because they learn the village is enchanted, and they have to get out of the village because at nightfall, the village nightfall is actually 100 years. So the next morning, this village will wake up 100 years later, but they are from this time. So they go back to New York, and one of them can't forget this person he fell in love with, the life that he discovered, etc. So he goes back to Scotland and tries to find this magical village. And because it's a 1950s musical, which you should go and look up, I should say, he does find the village. He finds true love. She's waiting for him, and he disappears into the mists with this village. And I always loved this story. And I thought of it a lot when I was teaching at, I taught UNO's MFA program. I was a mentor there for about 15 years. And we had a low residency program that was at the Lead Center every, twice a year, they would have a 10-day residency. And the Lead Center down in Nebraska City would be our campus. And all the students would come, and we would have this beautiful, what I would call a joke, this is our Brigadoon. And the community would rise up, and we'd have a fabulous 10-day residency. And then they'd go away and they'd go back to their things, and the Lead Center would become just a hotel. But I fell in love with this program, and I wanted it to make magic stay. And so that came kind of where it came about, was to find a place that would stay and keep the magic alive. And the magic is really directly speaking to what you're talking about, what it means for the individual artists and what it means for the community, et cetera. So that's sort of where I am with trying to make, and I think we're all doing it. This is why I keep talking to you guys. Do stuff with me, do stuff with me. Just trying to make that magic stay, and that it not letting it do. So that's all me. Go watch that movie. So.
And I could take echo on some of what you're saying. I've had Constellation Studios now for 10 years, and it's a printmaking focused program, accessible presses, accessible activities with workshops and exhibitions. It's meant to contribute as a cultural venue in the city. A lot of this is really for my own purposes. So I have dual motives, partially because I would go to other cities and see amazing art centers and print studios like this, work in great studios. And I come back to Lincoln, and it wasn't nothing here like that, except for the university and something on a professional level. So I felt like I had to start something that was the level I would want to be at, and then enable other people to join me and work in the studio as well. So it's a dual-edged purpose, and the purpose helps to offer something in Lincoln. It's slowly growing, but it's doing it at the pace that I can manage, which is I'm a sole proprietor, the sole entrepreneur. I don't have staff. I'm not non-for-profit, so that also steers things in a certain way. But it's something that's really a wonderful space. You're all invited to come. We do usually do First Fridays, and that's where you see the art crowd circulating around, and we feel very enriched by that ability for the art circles to interact. So I think I'm following the Brigadoon model in a way, trying to build this thing that is so wonderful that I can be immersed in as well. I retired from teaching at the university, and I had a wonderful experience there as well as a whole community. But to have something that's where I don't have to ask permission and it doesn't move at the glacial pace of institutions. So that gives me more flexibility and freedom.
I want to jump in because those are great origin stories.
I moved here to Lincoln in 1989. I had been here in the 70s as a single person, so I attended the university at that point. But came back in 1989 as a 40-year-old woman with 2 children and as a professional artist who had no place to perform. So that thing of being an artist first before you create the place to do your art is the beginnings of the Angels Theater Company. There was a program in the early 90s called Arts Are Basic, which was using using a work of art to be the center of a curriculum in a study with students. So, and Kit Voorhees ran that program. And, you know, when I moved here, I was trying to figure out, do I call myself an artist in this place where there is nobody else that looks like me? Or do I call myself a mother and be a frustrated artist? Or what do you label yourself when you move to a new place? So I had the good fortune to meet Kit Voorhees, who said, well, you're an artist. You're a teaching artist. And it's kind of interesting because that was that label that I first started with before I became a producer, a director, a playwright, and all those other things, is a teaching artist. So in the early 1990s, I met 2 other people who were on the same journey as I was and about the same age. Sherry Cole and Pippa White Lawson. And we were all teaching artists together at Arts Are Basic. And we said, why don't we get together and make some theater performances about what it means to be a 40-year-old woman in the sandwich between being a daughter and being a mother. So we actually met at the Greek Orthodox Church on Cotner Avenue. Have any of you been there? That's where we were meeting, and we said we felt, and you mentioned angels a couple of times in your poems. We felt like we were in the company of angels. So because there were all these icons there. And we got to talking about, wasn't it interesting in all of the transitions in our lives that there seemed to be an angel or a spiritual being that was more than human, right? So we started calling ourselves in the company of angels. And then things progressed, and that was too hard to write on a postcard. And then we, got our 501c3, and it was so much easier. Dealing with the word "the," Timothy, is, do you want to use "the" or not? So I know. So for a long time, we just called ourselves the Angels Company. But I was always a nurturer, and I always needed community. So theater isn't anything you can do alone. I mean, you can, but it's rehearsal or something else. It's not performance. So I started surrounding myself with the best people I could find, and they're all up here, and so many more in this community. But I didn't want to do anything alone. I was parenting alone because I had nobody helping me with that. So it was like I wanted to surround myself with the best people I could. And there's so many people, Amber, in my early on, we find each other. We would just find each other. So, and then Amy Lamphere had a space, and then, it all started because we found each other. It was like a tribe of people looking for each other. And we all came into each other's lives for a short amount of time. And, and I'm still trying to get in sync with Karen and, but that's not happened yet. So, yeah, and then I had the good fortune, Tim moved back to Lincoln, and what year was that? Yeah, well, yeah, so, and I was starting to think about what happens after the Angels Theater Company, and Tim was just joining the theater company, and getting involved, and things, life happens. So here we are in 2024, and I'm in my invisible decade. Because I had to back out of the thing, I had to walk away from the thing I created to make space for the next
visionary. So, it's interesting how that happens if you're in one place long enough doing the same thing. So now, yeah. So that got us to Angels Theater Company, which started out as a feminist theater company in 1991, always doing new work. But now it's evolved into this next generation, which is kind of cool.
Still doing it.
Still doing new work, yeah, but the different lenses have changed a little bit. So, yeah.
Well, I can continue the story, I guess. So, I first met Judy in the nineties. I don't remember what 90. But I was a student here. I'm a transplant. I moved here from Indiana and started working with Tice Miller at the university. And ended up taking an acting, I was an academic, but ended up taking an acting class because there weren't any men. So, so we came and said, will you come take an acting class? Because we need to do some scene work. And I was like, oh, okay. So I was privileged enough to be in Judy's acting class. Then I went off and got a PhD and started life as an academic. And, years later, I ended up back in Lincoln and reconnected with Judy, working with the First Flight Festival and working with local artists. I studied the Germans, and I bring that up as relevance because there's a lot of kinship into the way the theater works in Germany that I think mirrors what we're trying to do and what we're doing here. And that is, they have a saying that says every theater is a community theater. And by that, they don't mean the label community theater as in like the community theater playhouse or anything like that. But if you're a theater company, because theater is such a ephemeral and personal, person-to-person kind of part, you have to represent and you have to be a part of your community. Because if you're not reflecting your community, then you're not really a theater company. So that idea has really focused my work, and I know it focused Judy work, because we're just, I picked up the flag and started running again. And so we're using local playwrights, we're using new work, we're using actors here locally to try to build a company that's based in new work and based in creation, based in development. In fact, our mission statement recently changed, it evolved into 3 words: create, develop, produce. And so that's what we want to do. And so far, we've had a good run of luck in finding some good playwrights to produce some work. We're continuing doing work in readings and in working with writers and development. We're getting ready to, Judy instigated and created the first, what we call the First Flight Festival, which is local writers and first 10-minute plays. And this year we're ready to do the 9th First Flight Festival. So we're really looking forward to that. And we're already thinking about, okay, what does it mean to have a 10-year First Flight Festival? So what is that 10-year thing going to look like? But I believe that the theater is very important to a community, and the community is important to the theater. So one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is to do work on the stage, produce work that means something to our community. Theater is the art, what we look at. What does that art then inspire? That's the conversation that we want to have outside of the performance. So following Judy's lead, I always want to create work that is not only, oh, I went to see that was really good, but okay, then what did you do with it afterwards? Where did you go from there? How did that change your perspective or change your motivation to do something in your community beyond that? So that's the work we'll continue. I've talked long enough, so.
That's okay. I'm just trying to think of all the many stories that I have to tell about the bugs. We reach so many people each year. We have 3,000 students a year. Probably about 800 to 1,000 of those are kids. The others are adults. one particular story, I think, that's illustrative of what art can do for a personal level. And I see these kinds of stories happening every day. And I don't know if you guys will recall, but there was a young woman in Seward whose parents were both killed in a motorcycle accident many years ago. And while she was in high school, she stepped into the Lux Center for the Arts and discovered ceramics. She had never done ceramics ever before. And now she's, now I wouldn't say she's famous, but she's certainly well known in the ceramics community. And her method of expression is she made cups, plates, and I really bonded with them. Her subject matter would be, she would draw this beautifully ornate plate, and then she would put a rundown house, you know, cars that weren't working, you know, signs of things in decay, like you will see in a small town. Or I identified with it because I'm from Oklahoma, and I've certainly seen those kinds of things. So she poured all of her pain and all of the emotion of losing your parents into expression. And having a place that gives you that outlet is super important. And I don't know that everyone that comes to the Lux has that same need for self-expression, but certainly many people do. We also took art classes to the Lancaster County Youth Services Facility, which is, you know, a hard assignment for a young artist to do. And, you know, what we found there was, it wasn't always easy to connect with very people who were going through a lot of trauma. I guess I'm talking a lot about trauma today, but they're going through a lot of trauma. How do we reach them? And one of our artists was having a very hard time reaching this particular class. So she brought her boombox and she played some music that she thought they would like. And she asked them to draw what the music meant to them. And that reached them. That was a way to reach them, another art form. And so they came alive and they really enjoyed making art for the rest of the time that she was there. You know, I don't really know where I'm going with this, but I just, you know, on an individual basis, right? Art means a lot to people, and the ability to have self-expression that you may not even know you need to express often comes out in your art. The other story I will tell you is we had a gallery director about 3 years ago who had a vision to have a mural festival, to invite all of these famous mural people from all over the country to come and make murals in University Place. And did we have money to do that? No. Did we, you know, it was going to be so, it was going to happen so fast that there really wasn't time to gather much money. I mean, usually you shouldn't, in a nonprofit world, you really shouldn't do things until you secure the funding. But sometimes you just take a leap. And I said, you know what, that is an amazing idea. And we're going to do that. So we created this mural festival. We had 7 murals, an art installation at Brooks Wesleyan. But it really was a way for us to reach to our neighbors. Civic Nebraska had done some organizing work in University Place. They had gone door to door to everybody, and they had said, what's the favorite thing about your neighborhood? No one said the Lux. And that kind of hurt our feelings a little bit. And so we said, well, we're going to make them pay attention to us. And we're going to try to draw them in with this mural festival. So, you know, we went to where people were, and we had a car show. Most people in the fine art world wouldn't think of a car show as being art, but it is art. It does have a lot of creative things as painting and decoration and all sorts of things. And so, thousands of people came to our opening from our neighborhood. A lady that said that she is a 90-year-old lady that said, she found out about it and she had her children bring her down. She said that she had babysitted for Gladys Lutz a long time ago. Like, oh my God. No. She babysitted to raise money so that Gladys could open the building. That was the story. And then there were people that lived right across the street that came over and said, we've never been to the Lutz. So, sometimes we have to go where the people are. And while we were doing that, the legislature created this Creative Art District program. I don't know if you've heard about it, but it is a way to do economic development through arts. There's probably 40 creative districts in Nebraska now. The Union Place Creative District is the only one in Lincoln. And we decided that we needed to get everyone involved in our community to make the little space that's University Place that's very much on a downward cycle and change that and turn that around. So now we have 10 murals. So we have more than 10, but we have a lot of murals and we're going to keep doing them until people start coming in droves. And they already are. Murals are a way people take pictures by murals. There are wedding pictures, engagement pictures, graduation pictures. All kinds of people come and take pictures of murals. So that's a way to get people to come to your neighborhood. And this creative district we're working, I think we're going to be able to bring some actual art businesses into University Place. And we're going to have this University Place Storytelling Festival this summer. We're going to have a series of markets. I think that as a community arts center, we want to be a part of the community. We don't want to be high and mighty, and we don't want to have galleries that are people are intimidated to go into an art gallery. We want anyone to be able to come in. And, I can tell you that when you have 3,000 art students a year, over a period of years, that has an effect on a city and its well-being. And it is also indicative that the city, people in the city, understand the importance of self-expression, the importance of creativity, and the importance of thinking outside of the box. And we have that kind of community here. And I'm very grateful to be here. I am not a native Lincoln person. And coming here, getting involved in the Lutz Center for the Arts really has changed my life for the better. I think I have the best job in the world. And I just want everyone to have the same experience. I take classes at the Lutz, partly because I'm the head guy and I want to see what's going on in the classrooms, but also because I love to do it. And what I found that's very helpful to me personally is that it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm very hard on myself, so I always want to create a perfect piece of art right away. That's not how art happens. But the time that I am spending there creating something, focusing on something, not on my phone, the rest of the world kind of fades away while I'm doing that art experience. And when I come out of that 3-hour experience, do I feel refreshed? Yes. Do I feel better? Yes. That is what the Lutz and all of these wonderful artists do for the community. It's they create a place where you can feel safe expressing yourself. And you can learn the techniques to do it better. And you can create some real. The Lux, in 2027 will be 50. So it's 40.
Because you're kind of an aspirational person. I mean,
I am.
the person and Lux is for this little lark song. I'm glad I've got another 46 years.
You know, a lot of people spend a lot of time in university plays. The Lux was always meant to be, not from the beginning, but very quickly after it first started, it was meant to be a laboratory for Nebraska West art students and a space for them to show the work. But it quickly turned into the Lux can be an anchor for university plays and be the arts beacon in Northeast Lincoln. And, you know, it has been, and it has, you know, when it was created, University Place was still a relatively vital neighborhood. It just went down and down. Even while I've been here for 9 years now, I've seen the neighborhood go down. We lost our community organization. We lost our business association. And now we're reforming all those things through the creative district. So arts have the ability, you know, there's going to be a seminar on Tuesday. I don't know if it's here or not. No, I don't know where it is. It's at Assemblage, but if you reach out to me afterward, I'll tell you. They're going to do a survey of what the economic value of the arts is, you know, to our city and also to our nation. And it's there's a lot of money spent and by creative arts and a lot of money generated for our community that is generated by arts and arts activities. And so I think that Lincoln aspires to be more artistic, and I think we should aspire to be more artistic. And I don't know if you know, you have a ways to go, but that sounds like a fascinating.
I think we're on our way. Because we have great volunteers. One of them is here. So, you know, we're the volunteers. We've got a bunch of people helping. We're still small, but the community is hungry for this. I think that's what I found out. I'm sure you would think too, Judy. I can remember when you started. Yeah. I remember some of the first programs. How hungry the community is for something outside of the university.
Yeah, and your sister was a participant.
I know.
I love those familial.
Where is the Angel Theater place?
We don't have a building. We're an idea. Yeah.
And Larkson, you're on North.
Yeah, I have brochures, but I don't think we're going to be.
Can I just address that? Because we started out at the 7th Street loft, and then the building was sold, right? And then we moved as organizations to the loft at the mill, which we spent about $70,000 recreating a theater in a storage room, and that got sold. If you ever want to start a business, make sure you own the building you're in. Bravo. Because yeah, because we didn't want to ever spend our money paying rent because we didn't have it. So we decided to pay people and then to find, so we're a movable beast in that way. But that started in 2009. We actually had a home base for the first 20 years.
That's why I bought Constellation Studios, because I have seen the model around the country where people move in, the artists are there, the gentrification happens, and they moved all their heavy presses. And then the rent changes and they're kicked out. Move my presses. Starting an expansion of the studio too, so that's another art thing that will maybe someone who will be interested in. The empty lot next door.
So destination in the community is an interesting idea. You know, where do you go to if you don't have an address? And I think that there are lots of emerging artists in our community who are searching you know, and if you have to wait until it crosses your timeline to connect, you know, when you're ready and the information hits you. But coming to the Lux, you know, finally getting to the Lux because something invited them, or their life cleared up enough for them to go to the car show. So.
Well, and on that note, thank you, panelists, because all of your organizations have had an impact on every living generation of my family here in Lincoln over the decades, and that makes me confident that impact will continue for generations to come, and I'm very thankful for that. And each of you speaking has brought up all of these memories from my parents or myself or my daughter or my niece of different things that we've done. Courtney's taught with Constellation and worked with Karen, and of course Chloe and I with the Angels, and Karen with Lux on. We've done virtual workshops, my daughters, you know, and Joe, we've been going to the Lux, you know, for all variety of things. And so it's really meaningful to see you all together and hear that future. So on that note, like, what are other ways that we can be of support to ensure that this impact continues for generations to come?
For us to say donate, but I'll just go ahead and toss it. I was thinking that, I was like,
Yeah, well, it's not that, the support is the interest a lot. I mean, letting people know that all of us exist for the people who don't, but you have the answer that's better than that. No, that's a pretty good answer.
Yeah.
I'm getting involved in doing things, going to art shows, going to theater productions and going to musicals. Doesn't matter if you go to one of ours, go to some, you know, somewhere, just support the arts. You know, when we go for funding, arts funding is like the last funding. Because, you know, there's a lot of people with a lot more immediate needs that need to be funded other than the arts. But the arts do things for our souls and for our minds, and that are, you can't get anywhere else. And you can feed people, but you've also got to feed their hopes, aspirations, and their souls and their creative expression. So, you know, so that we can, you know, so that we can thrive as people. You know, they're talking about getting rid of the humanities in our colleges, universities, and that is a horrible idea because the arts are what makes us human. And from the time a person is a little kid, the first thing we do to them is, you know, after they have their blocks, is give them a crayon and have them draw. And humans, when in the infancy of time, one of the first things they did was draw on the walls, right? And it is something that is innate and it makes us human. And without the arts, we can't be human. We will be something else.
Well, a treat donation, I love donors, you know, we love donors. But donation is a passive activity. Come see something. Get involved in the process. Be moved by something. You know, the reason I'm in the theater is because the best definition I have is that theater increases our capacity for compassion. When you watch a show, you become a part of that show. Like I use the example of I can watch a movie and watch The Rock or whoever the latest movie star is beat the snot out of another guy, and I'm just watching. But if somebody gets slapped on the stage, I have never been in an audience where there's not an audible gasp. If something happens on the stage, there's an audible gasp because you're there as a community. You're seeing something that is profoundly human. You know, we've been play acting in front of each other since the ancient Greeks. That's a religious experience. There's something visceral and important about that. And I find that even the donors, if you're coming, you're more impacted by what the theater can do, what art can do, what performance can do, than you are just passively writing checks. So we want the checks, yes. You know, I'm in no means anti-check, but I'm very much pro participation.
a recent story. Tim and I did a show a couple of years ago called Losing the Ring in the River. And people came up, I was an actor in that one. Tim was the director. I was the producer. People would come up, and this happens through my whole career, but they say, that was my story. You know, that's my aunt. That's my, you know, how are you in my head? You know, but that extremely personal experience that they want to share with, you know, they could have that personal experience and walk out of the building, but they don't want to do that. They want to come up and thank the artist and say, you know, wow, you took me to Amber, you just said it, you took me to some place I hadn't been thinking of, you know, or a memory that I put away. And where would that go, Dick? Not my hippocampus, way back towards my ears. But we have tremendous hippocampi, right? Because of this constant engaging in new work and nurturing. Oh my gosh, the nurturing of the artist, that to have that front door to walk in. I just think of Keith Buswell, who I know from every world, but his home now is at your place. Yeah.
Actually, I kind of felt like a little heretic. Nick, because this is the day of happiness. And I've never been a happy artist. I'm a driven artist. And I think fulfilling, and maybe is really the real question that I think is the answer to being happy, is what do you contribute? How do you feel and get fulfilled by these activities? And then that gives the well-being. So that actually might be the better term than happiness. La, la, la. Art is hellishly hard to make. And all my students sitting in the workshops, they envision themselves being wonderfully creative and they want a masterpiece, and it is not going to happen that quick or easy. So we have actually to teach them that lesson is just as important. The trajectory of how you become creative, what you do with that drive and instinct. It's work.
It is work, you know, people think you have to be born with this innate talent to be an artist, or an actor, or a writer. But you don't have to be, you just have to practice. It's like everything else. I see the artist now. You just have to do it. You have to do it whether you want to do it or not. And you just have to get it all out. And keep getting it all out. And eventually, you will be Karen. You know, a master printmaker.
And you make your weaknesses. Yes.
Yeah, and well, and be able to fail constantly in a safe place. No, we don't have that opportunity in this culture we live in. If you fail once, you are labeled as a failure. But in the art world, you fail constantly. And it's like, oh, it's actually crazy when you get it right. And it's like, oh, wait, that's not right enough. I need to fail a little bit. But that's, we don't do that. And we don't teach our students. I mean, the arts teach our kids to fail because you get to do it again. But our culture doesn't teach that. Our schools don't necessarily teach that. We're grading them by how good they do on the test. So it's like, oof, those, it's just the best way. It helps us make sense of the world, I think, the arts do. Give us a home and let us fail big time. I am such a failure and I'm so happy to be here. Yeah. So, yeah.
Let's call it a panel.
Does anyone not have a raffle ticket that would like one?
Because they're nice we're close by.
Ending in 635.
Yeah,
Let's take a little break and then we'll have music here momentarily. Chair.
Chair.
One of these work okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can move to this table down right here.
I'm excited to see you today.
First Friday.
Thank you.
And we're talking about the data. It's actually hard.
Yeah. See if we just phone you after the meeting.
Yeah, or just say it to me and I'll respond.
Didn't get a chance.
Yeah, my sister's the maker and planner, so she got to work with Karen at the university. Yeah. And I've been doing a house. And she said, oh. Yeah, probably. It's probably feeling it, I'm like, that's why. It was like that from that.
Well, it was part of, you know.
Yeah, that's okay, that's
It was part of whatever.
It's pretty. But I'm like, over it. I not.
You doing the, are you doing physical therapy there?
They did meeting today, so. I'm sorry you didn't get a job at ARP.
Yeah.
So.
Totally involved and totally, like, well. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Always offer you.
I just felt so sorry.
Which is great.
Oh, yeah, it's great.
Should be, but, yeah.
Yeah, maybe somebody else should.
Why we need to be there, I think we need to figure out if we're gonna spend money to bring somebody in and how we get people, we collaborate bigger.
Yeah.
So, you know, such a huge right now. The wrong person, I think it's the wrong time. Yeah. When we were having our lab meeting. So. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna look what we could do with the store and see what.
Yeah, I know.
Wouldn't, yeah. Well, yeah, be in a bank.
I think that'll happen. Take care of family.
Yeah, I mean.
Family.
You were great. This.
Really good. Yeah.
All right, it's time for music now. So Julia Williams, I'm at a tango event in Omaha. They had, the Chamber Musicians of Omaha, I'm probably saying it.
Yeah.
Yeah. A dance studio. Oh, speaking of dance, I just want to get this on there. Karen Kuntz is hosting a swing dance group on fourth Thursdays from 7 to 10 p.m. at Constellation Studios. I will be teaching this dance from 7 to 8. All are welcome. It's a no cover, free event, free dance lesson. Then music from 8 to 10, and the plan is fourth Thursdays at Constellation Studio, and it's called West Coast Swing is the name of the dance. It's dance to pop music lyrics, and it's going to be oh, if you want to find out more, LincolnWestCoastSwing.org. And now for some accordion music.
This is called Simple Gifts. And it's a traditional tune that you'll recognize, of course. I've been noodling around with it for a few months. This is my third going at it. It's actually very different than how it was the first time. So here we are today. Where we are.
Thank you. So I was thinking about what I would play for you today on this theme. Happiness, and it made, caused me to think about what are the things that music means to people, and also how do people use music in their lives. And it really does have different functions for different people. And my next one, I'm going to play you a French tune, and this, I think what I'll do is just give you a little context for each thing that I'm going to play. And so this one is a personal one for me. It's a French tune, and I first learned it when I was only 17 or 18 years old. It's a really old one for me. And I had traveled to Europe to play in a festival, an accordion festival representing the United States over there. And it was really wonderful. We great players on the stage and everything. And I actually heard this different style of music at the party. Not at the formal event itself, but at the party where all the accordion players gathered. And France, the French camp, the French group hosted a party one night, and they played French musette music at it. And the French musette style is sort of dance music merged with swing jazz, little bits of swing jazz. And so some of it's a little bit more straight up dance music, and some of it's a little bit more improvisatory, but it's all sort of a mix of that. So this is one of those that I came home from that trip, and I was like, oh, I need to find some of that music. Of course, there was no YouTube in those days either, so it took me a while to find some charts. I found a book of charts about a year later. This is one of the first ones that it's called The Bohemian.
Well, this, living in Nebraska, I'm not from Nebraska, but I moved here, oh my gosh, maybe about 14 years. And it took a little while, but then I believe it was about 6 years ago or so. Somebody from a Czech polka band contacted me and asked me if I could give it a try. And so I have been playing with the Kenyatta Orchestra. That's spelled J-A. Kenyatta Orchestra, they are Omaha-based. The other members of the group are in Omaha, but I'm in Lincoln. And this is actually a Slovenian piece that I play with them often. And it's on our CD, which came out just last year. The CD is called Bohemian Dream. And this particular piece is about happiness. It's about a particular kind of happiness. The title is a German title. It's called Waldeinsamkeit. And it's a complicated German word that means forest solitude. And it's a word for that sort of blissful feeling you feel being alone in the forest and in nature. And that's what this composer wrote that about.
Okay, I love this one. I just love the story on this one. This is, I teach accordion lessons. Let's see. This is a chromatic button accordion. I play two different types, the kind that has buttons like this, that looks like a typewriter, and then also the type that has the piano keyboard as well. So I do know that one as well. And I teach lessons. I teach at Blue Raven Music Studio, which is on 48th Street here. And I have students who I just adore. I do also have a couple of remote students who sign on and have lessons online as well. And this particular song that I really want to play, it's wonderful. I just love it. I got this one from one of my students. And this is one of the really rewarding things about being a musician for me is when people talk to me about their personal memories that are sparked from particular songs, things that I do. And one of the really frequent things that I hear from people is that the accordion in particular reminds them of a person. So, oh, I had an uncle who played the accordion, or I knew this, and they'd like to tell me about who that person was or is. And it's a wonderful way to connect with people when out making music. So this piece is called the Ukuaru Waltz. It was composed by an Estonian composer, Arvo Pärt. Arvo Pärt is really famous as a classical composer, but this is a very quaint, sweet little waltz that he wrote as part of a film score in the 1970s. And in the film, it's played on the accordion by one of the characters. And then the theme recurs throughout the film, and it's just become a very popular melody in Estonia. So my student comes from a family of Estonian heritage, and her father used to play it on his accordion. And so it was an important goal for her to also learn how to play it on the accordion. So we worked on it in our lesson. She gave me permission to play it. I said, I want to play it. Can I take it out and play it? No. She said yes. So, Ukuaru Waltz.
Okay, so I didn't know if I was gonna do this one or not. But I think because of the theme today, I think it's a good one to do, talking about music and what it means, what music means to people. And Nick does dancing activities with dancing clubs, and one of the ways that people engage with music and each other is dancing to music. And I'm not gonna tell you what this particular song is, I'm just gonna start it. And I'll just, the context is that it's something that people really very frequently requested of me because I'm an accordion player. And it's one of those tunes where it's difficult to sit and stock still. When you hear it, it's hard not to move. And there's even a spot where you might want to clap your hands. And I think that's one of the really crystalline, clear moments where we can see the power of music to cause people to think together and feel together and bond, is when they dance and when they clap and when we all participate somehow in it. Even if you're not playing the instrument, you're dancing to it, singing along, clapping, etc. So that's why I'm going to play this, and I want to see if you can sit stock still. You're going to want to clap. Actually, one time I played this in a very, very busy bar. It was at an Oktoberfest themed night, and it was extremely busy, very, very loud, packed with people. I had my amplifiers cranked very, very loud. And it kind of felt like it was one of those situations where you're not sure if anybody's even listening to you because it's so loud and group sort of thing. But I started playing this one and I heard the beer stein. They started hitting the beer steins on the bar. And it was fantastic. So anyway, I'll just play it. Here we go. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Bring that.
Okay, so that is called the chicken dance.
Yeah.
I think it was recorded once with the title dance. So maybe play one more Nick.
Ready, go.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for listening. I'm gonna wrap it up with one more. And this is just really just another one of my favorites with all the lyrics. So I grew up in Minneapolis and so lived in Minnesota. And nobody in my family was a musician at all. And the neighbor kids got a piano and I loved the neighbor kids piano. And so I just started begging for lessons. Can I have music lessons? Blah, blah, blah. But my parents were nervous about buying a big piano because that was a big investment and nobody had ever done anything like that. And then, can't believe it's true because I've heard this story 100 times, but yes, somebody knocked on the door and was selling an introductory plan where it was, you could buy 8 lessons and you got free instrument rental with the lessons as a package. And so this was for an accordion teacher who had a little studio in the neighborhood, just physically in the neighborhood up the street. And So it's just sort of dumb luck, really, just, that's where I live. And, so I got my first 8 lessons as my 9th birthday present. And that's how I started playing. Yeah. It's just coincidence. Destiny. Cool.
That's great.
Did anyone want to ask anything else?
The holster on your left wrist,
Yeah. This, it's to protect my skin here because of the strap. It gets sort of like a rubber on my coat. Yeah.
Okay. So, one of my friends that's been in conversation with me around the theme of well-being and human flourishing for many years is here to share his perspective on the journey is the destination and maybe some other themes. Please welcome Paul Durbin, and he'll probably just be moving around here. So,
I'm going to ease into this, and you've seen me doing this all day, but what I'm going to share with you resonates or is an account of or relates directly to what Dick Deanspear shared with us. Via theme. Doing is winning. I don't have the words he did, the hyper thing that physical activity, yay. Anyway, it's just my way of easing in. And yeah, I can, so by account, I'm just going to hit some highlights of why self-reflection convinces me that my journey is my destiny, i.e. doing is winning. In June 1969, I left Uncle Sam's Army and started graduate studies. And I was on fire of thirst of learning. And during my time in the Army, I decided I would change to a math major because I believed that in mathematics, the outcomes are more certain than any other intellectual discipline. An initial adversity I confronted in the graduate studies was that I can follow the steps in a proof, but I don't understand. So I spent many classes with, excuse me, sir, or ma'am, I don't understand. But anyway, within the first month or so, I'm spending hours in the library. And I came across this book about the size of that poetry book, disheveled. No one had had the book out in a decade, and it was entitled Philosophy of Math. And I began to shake as I reached for the book. I had never recalled seeing the words used together. And I opened the book, then the shaking got even more intense. The second question the author said we're going to deal with is, what does it mean to say you have mathematical knowledge? Now, self-reflection, I now realize I was connecting with an experience I had as a confirmation experience in the Methodist Church in my hometown, together with the seeds planted by the Reverend Leonard Hackney's erudite sermon during my years in high school. Anyway, so I took the book, borrowed it, went to the library, signed it out, and went right to my graduate advisor. Bill, what he wanted to be called. Bill was a mathematician from Harvard, a published mathematician. And I said, Bill, this is what I want to study. Bill took one look at the book and he said, no, you don't want to do that because that involves the history of math, and that's dead math, and we mathematicians don't study dead math. Now, Bill was a Harvard mathematician, and so I respected Bill, but I still had some doubt. Shortly thereafter, at the start of the next semester, I was motivated to change section. And as I'm walking down the hall to Professor Jack Riley's class, I hear him say, I don't like tests, but if you want to take a test, fine, I'll write you a test. But if you want to write a paper, see me after class. Well, you better believe. I was up and he had a bunch of publications and he said, pick an essay. You're going to write an expository essay. And I happened to pick Foundations of Math. Again, I self-reflection. I was connecting back to that confirmation experience, and I now realize I'm planting seeds for what today is class. I was able to finish the graduate studies at SUNY Plattsburgh. I grew up in upstate New York. Got a chance to teach in the prison. And then I got a teaching assistantship to Illinois. But again, eventually I can follow the steps in your proof, but I don't understand, caught up with me. And my advisor said, hey, you need to get a job. So I found a place called Doane College that needed someone to write a curriculum for remedial math. This is 1980. They've gotten a grant for those students that are minimally qualified, and I got to write the curriculum and teach remedial math. And there I met my friend Dick Walters, the philosophy teacher, may he rest in peace. And then shortly thereafter, Betty Carpenter, my favorite male and my favorite female philosophers. And they both encouraged me, no, Paul, yes, you have adversity. That's the name of the game. And of course, that's what I heard Dick Deansford saying today. You keep going on your journey. And so, yes, I found my way studying philosophy of math. And eventually I met some philosophers and they said, Paul, you really need to become a graduate student in philosophy because you have the math background we wished we had. Well, along the way, his name was Yoram. He was an intense Jewish philosopher. He was from Israel. He'd been in combat. Everybody in Israel served in the military. And we're in the logic seminar together. And I heard him say, Paul, you need to take Professor Nelson Potter's seminar on the critique of pure reason by some guy named Immanuel Kant. So I went down and talked to Nelson Potter, and I only took his course 7 times. I would have taken it longer, but he retired. He kept one student, me. He then became my thesis advisor, and we used to meet every Thursday in his home. And again, I got resistance from the epistemology committee because I was trying to develop an account of knowledge based on the conceptual development of the calculus. To me, a most aesthetically appealing part of mathematics is the calculus and the idea of limit. Anyway, I was getting resistance. And just before he died, Nelson said, Paul, you don't need this degree. You've already got the training you need. Initially, it was deflating because I had my ego built up on getting a PhD and being somebody. But I now realize he was spot on. Yes, I'm now, seemingly Nelson died last year, but probably 10 years ago. So I'm working out what would have been my dissertation on the simple little question, what's the square root of 2? Now, part of what motivated this is, again, a graduate study math course here at the university. And it was on the theory of real numbers. And the professor walks into class the first day and he says, we're going to prove properties of real numbers. I'm the oldest guy in class. Hey, sir, could you tell us what a real number is? And he said, no, because that was done a century ago. I'm not going to answer that question. Real number is a rational Cauchy sequence. And I said to myself, you must be dumb, not stupid. I had no idea what he's talking about. So after class, I asked other students. No one had any idea because it isn't taught. It's buried. And I decided eventually, no, ignorance is not where I want to go. So doing is winning, any rate. I hearing Dick Deanspear today, it resonates with me. I get criticism because I got half a dozen books going on Immanuel Kant and the calculus, and seemingly I'm making no headway. I've only revised my introduction about 12 times, but it's now coming. But hearing Dick Deanspear, I know I can feel the little pleasure things going off in my head as I'm working on it. And something he emphasized, as you might guess, I'm a distance runner over 58 years, no knee issue. But I realized shortly after I found running, no, this is not the be all end all. I integrated it into my life as a strong mind, strong body. And when I did, my intellectual hunger went up orders of magnitude. So I'm putting the two together. Thanks, Dick. Anyway, if anybody criticism, comments, questions, why? That's my account. Thank you.
All right. We meet at 2 at the Telegraph Mill Coffee every Sunday. So if you want to come join us for conversation around human flourishing, difference making, you'll see at least me and Paul there and some more people. And yeah, if you want to start a difference maker somewhere else, different time, there's a flyer about what that is. You're more than welcome to that. And so with community building and difference making, how does that happen at the community level? I didn't really know. I heard about a class, about a project called Great Neighborhoods back in, I believe, 2006 or so. And it was kind of how you build community. And the project had secured the talent of the Heartland Center for Leadership Development. Am I saying that correctly? Yes. Okay, so we have Mylan Wall on community building, and let's see, would you like a podium or table or stand or whatever?
Yeah, well, I was wanting to do this in a conversational fashion, so, I think, it's okay with you, I'll just pull up a chair and we're fine.
Got it with the table, perhaps? We'll get you on video there too.
So you're in charge of the settings, so.
Yeah. That was a little closer.
Yeah, okay. Over here. Yeah. All right, first thing I'd like to do, since I don't know all of you, is, I'll introduce myself and then I want to go around and ask each of you to introduce yourself very quickly. So again, my name is Mylan Wall. I've lived in Lincoln since I graduated from the University of Nebraska in 1967. And before that, I grew up in North Platte, where my father was a railroad engineer, like pretty much every other kid's father in North Platte in those days, and yet today, since it's a big railroad town, as you know. Graduated from the university with a degree in English. Decided I didn't want to teach, but I wanted to write. Got a job at the Lincoln Star. I worked in the newspaper business for about 8 years, and then got a chance to go to work for the University of Nebraska in a long distance learning research project. And as with all grant funded projects, eventually the grant ran out. And then the next question was, what do I do now? And through a variety of opportunities that I sort of stepped into unknowingly, I got very interested in community building. And eventually I helped found a nonprofit organization called the Heartland Center for Leadership Development. So what I'm going to do with you for just a few minutes is is talk about what we do at the Heartland Center and how it relates to the theme of today's session. So let's, quicken it up. Steve?
Steve Larry.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Let's go. And, we met.
My name's Paul. I'm a math teacher philosopher from upstate New York originally.
Yeah, okay. And then here we go.
Brent Lukey, I'm a community builder with NeighborWorks Lincoln and get my nose in a lot of other things in town, so.
Yeah.
Charles Johnson.
Nicole Wall. I got the pleasure of working with Mylan early on in great neighborhoods. So it's here to, it's great to hear refresher on. Yes.
It's real on the wall of Lincolnite since 1952 and born and bred in Iowa. And the core of my life is helping women get a lot more respect and which is waning seriously right now. That's and we have 2 boys and 5 grandchildren, and lucky to be here.
Okay, let's go to the table back here.
I'm Stella.
Yeah.
My name is Maya.
Okay, and. All right.
Julia.
All right. Okay, great. Again, the theme of today's conversations really relates strongly to how our organization tries to help communities build from where they are to where they want to go. And the way we do that principally is to go into communities. We work in rural communities and as well as urban neighborhoods. And we ask them what they feel really good about in their neighborhood, backyard, community, on their main street or whatever, and get them reflecting on how what they feel so good about came to be. We used to do community building in kind of a backwards manner. And that is, we used a planning technique known as SWOT, S-W-O-T. Anybody familiar with SWOT? So it's, what's S?
Strengths.
Strengths. Weaknesses, opportunities, threats. Yeah. When we use SWOT a lot, when we first started doing this kind of work, we would put SWOT on flip charts. And one of the things that disturbed us was that the weaknesses and the threats were always huge lists. And the strengths and the opportunities, by contrast, weren't nearly that long. So we began searching around for a different way to start those conversations in communities. And we came across a planning tool invented at Case Western University that has a kind of a weird name. The planning tool is known as appreciative inquiry. And what's behind those 2 words is the notion that if you inquire into what you really appreciate, you can end up with lessons that help guide what you want to do in the future. So instead of saying to people, let's do a needs assessment and find out what's wrong with your community, this approach says, let's figure out what's right in your community. And I'll share with you an anecdote about the day that the power of this really hit me in a significant way. We were managing a large strategic planning project in western North Dakota. If you want a real North Dakota experience, fly into Minot every month for over a year, and you'll get a lot of North Dakota experience, including, all the things that go into that heavily Scandinavian culture. But this region we were working in was a fairly large region of 9 counties and a large Native American reservation with 3 affiliated tribes. And we were going from community to community, engaging in conversations that we would hope would lead to a strategic vision for this whole region. And the first time I really used appreciative inquiry in a serious way, we were in Newtown, North Dakota, in a casino on the reservation with about 125 community members gathered in a meeting room in that building. And we had people sitting around tables, typically 8 to 10 people per table. And the first thing we asked them to do was think about a time when your community was achieving at its peak, when you just felt really good about what you were accomplishing and felt like this was a high point for this community at that time. I said, this could have happened 6 years ago, 6 months ago, 6 days ago, or 6 hours ago. The time frame could be quite varied. But I want you to consider what happened at that time when everybody was just feeling so good about what was happening in your community. And then I'm going to ask you to think about what was behind that success. And immediately the room lit up. People were smiling, the body language was very positive, doing lots of sharing at their tables. And we let those conversations go on for about a half hour or so. And then we're great flip chart people. So eventually things go up on flip charts to say, this is what we were talking about that we felt so good about. And that conversation really lit a lot of fires that day. Well, after we adjourned and I was taking down flip charts, a young woman approached me, clearly a member of the Native American community, and she came directly across the room with her finger pointed right at me like this. And she said, there's something I have to tell you. I thought, now we're going to hear what went wrong, right? I just feel it coming. I said, okay, what do you want to tell me? And she said, I want to tell you that this is the first time anybody like you from the outside has come to our community and asked us what we were doing right, rather than telling us what we're doing wrong. Yes. Well, that was the day the light bulb went off for me on why it's so important to have a positive attitude about where you've been and where you want to go in a community setting. So we switched our entire approach to community planning, community building, from needs assessment to celebration of successes. And one of the big criticisms of appreciative inquiry, as you might anticipate, is people say, well, you're ignoring all the issues. And what we quickly learned was the issues are still there. They get discussed, but they get discussed from the point of view of what we've been doing in the past that has worked well, that we would like to build on or replicate. This kind of planning eventually other people came into thinking about the same way at about the same time, not necessarily with the same lingo around it, but one of the premier works that led to what we now call asset-based community development was a book by a couple of public health professors at Northwestern University in Chicago, building communities from the inside out is the name of their work. It's still widely cited. John McKnight, one of the co-authors, spent some time not too long ago with the Nebraska Community Foundation here in Lincoln and other parts of Nebraska, talking about assets and how important it is to build from what you're good at. This advice would be good for any individual as well, it seems to me, because it encourages you, and I like Nick, your positivity matters framework, because it fits right in. Because it recognizes that amid all the trauma and the issues and the downfalls and the stepping backward, there are good things happen that we can hold up and use as ways to extract lessons for the future. So our organization, again, Heartland Center for Leadership Development, we started this organization during the farm crisis of the mid-1980s. And for those of you who are old enough to remember those days, this was traumatic times in agricultural country, right? Commodity prices, land prices, all those things that we held so value were depressed considerably. The attitudes in farm country were so bad that Interchurch Ministries of Nebraska, which is where our first office was, by the way, started something called the Farm Crisis Hotline. And it wasn't advertised this way, but the purpose behind the Farm Crisis Hotline was to provide an opportunity for farmers to phone so they could talk them out of committing suicide. That's how desperate things were at the time. And the headlines were full of really bad news. One of them, as I recall, was a headline that quoted an esteemed professor of something who predicted that any town that was less than 50 miles from an interstate highway would not survive the century. There just wasn't anything they could do to keep their town alive. Other predictions had to do with if your town was too small, too far away from some valuable natural resource, not close enough to a micropolitan center or whatever. We decided to take a contrary point of view on that. And with the help of then the governor's office policy research during the Bob Kerrey administration, we set out to find small towns in Nebraska that were doing okay despite all the odds. We did case study research in towns as small as 400 and as big as 6,000 in various parts of the state of Nebraska. And we went into those communities, we talked to the official leaders, the recognized leaders, mayors, county leaders, and so forth. Then we talked to reputational leaders, the people whose opinions are respected. And then eventually we talked to the people on the streets. I volunteered to go to the bars and talk to people there, other than the coffee shops. And what we did was to just ask a lot of questions about what was going on in their communities and what was working and what were the kind of things that they wanted to do better in the future. And we ended up writing case studies on those communities, which since I had a journalistic background, these were journalistic type stories on those communities. And from them, we extracted 20 characteristics that we found commonly in thriving small towns. You want to help me pass these out? So next gonna pass out this list. And I'll say a little bit about what's in this list and what's behind it, and then let's just see what questions or comments any of you may have about what this represents. So we call this, if you can see, 20 clues to rural community survival. And if you look down the list, I'll just comment on a couple of them and then see what questions you may have or questions or comments. The first one, evidence of community pride. You know, the old saw about when you meet somebody new, first impressions are very important. When you go into a new community or a new neighborhood, it's what you see, right? Right away, that makes a first impression about that place for you. So if you see evidence of community pride, and evidence of community pride would be things like our lawns mowed, our houses painted, are there flowers on Main Street? Does it look like people live here? Does it look like people want to live here? Those are the kinds of signs that we looked for and tried to document. I'd like to point out number 10, a deliberate transition of power to a younger generation of leaders in many rural communities and small towns, and this is changing, but it's still true in some places today. There's a handful of good old boys that are still in control. And you can find them at the coffee shop in the morning, in the bar in the afternoon, or at the baseball game in the evening. They're holding on to power in order to protect it for themselves. They don't understand that the more power you give away, the more power you get. And I think, Mick, that's behind the whole notion of a positive attitude in many ways. If you are saying, let's figure out how to get more people into the mix of feeling good about themselves, their community, and their future, you're just helping to expand the power of positivity every time that happens. So changing the nature of leadership becomes one of the important factors. Number 11, celebration of diversity in leadership. It used to say, when we first wrote this, acceptance of women in leadership roles. And eventually, we decided we needed to recognize diversity beyond gender. So we changed it. I worked with a foundation in Oregon for a while who got really upset with me when I said, you shouldn't have taken the reference of women out of clue number 11. And I said, I know it's important, but it's also important to understand that we have more people of color, more people from diverse backgrounds, more people who grew up someplace other than in the United States. And we need to be working to make sure that everybody has a role in a leadership way. And I truly believe that everybody can play a leadership role of some kind. And that might be to serve on an elected board. It might just be to look after your neighbor a little more than you're doing today. And then if you look at the last few, 19 and 20, they kind of go together. Willingness to seek help from the outside. So there are many, many resources available to help communities grow and prosper. A lot of communities are just not knowledgeable about what those resources are or where they are. And once they become aware of them, they figure out how to tap into them. But number 20 says, you can't count on other people making your decisions about what you want to be. So while we encourage communities to look for other resources, other expertise, we still say in the long run, you got to do yourself. This is something that is ultimately your responsibility. So again, most of our work has been in rural communities in Nebraska, throughout the United States and Canada, to a little extent overseas. But we've also taken what lessons we've learned from our work in rural communities and translated that into the kind of project that Nick mentioned. This is the notebook for the Neighborhood Leadership Program we did in Lincoln over several years with the generous funding of the Woods Charitable Fund and in cooperation with NeighborWorks and the City of Lincoln's Urban Development Department. And we, the way we got into doing urban neighborhood work is this. I got a call from an anthropologist at Johns Hopkins University. And if people want to look at this, Steve, hand it around. I got a call from Dr. Grace Goodell at Johns Hopkins University on their Washington, D.C. campus several years ago. I didn't know Dr. Goodell at all. She just called me out of the blue and said, I want you to bring your community development training to inner city Washington, D.C. And I said, well, Dr. Goodell, not to offend you, but we designed this all for rural communities. This is not neighborhood development. And she said, I know. And I said, well, it's all written as if you're living in a rural place. And she said, yes, I know. And I said, well, I'm not sure this is a good idea. And I said, you know, what we're known for mostly is something called 20 Clues to Rural Community Survival. Dr. Goodell said, yes, I know. And finally, I said, maybe I should listen to Dr. Goodell better than I'm doing right now. And she said, the theory about innovation in terms of how communities and neighborhoods act is that innovation is invented in urban places and eventually it gets to rural places. Trickles down, so to speak. She said, I want to find out if it'll work the other way. So we ended up over 6 years taking our rural community curriculum to inner city neighborhoods in Washington, D.C., working with neighborhood communities throughout that city. If you know Washington at all, you know that Northwest Washington, highly white collar, pretty wealthy. Southeast Washington is exactly the opposite. Very low income. Most of the people who came to our workshops from Southeast were African-American grandmothers who were taking care of their grandchildren all the time. And it dawned on me at the end of the first workshop, when we had a room full of those great people, they were packaging up all of the leftover food to take it home to their grandkids. So, and the folks from Northwest Washington were just straightening out their suits and ties and going out to their limos. But what we found out was that the kinds of opportunities and challenges in rural communities were very similar to those in inner city places as well. And then eventually, as Nick was saying, we got an opportunity to take what we had learned in Washington, D.C. and we adapted it a lot, but we brought it to Lincoln. And what, Nick, we did this about 3 years, Nicole, 4 years maybe, with the neighborhood leaders here, and had equally strong results from that. Nick, do you want to add anything? You were among our first participants in that program.
I don't think this would be happening if that hadn't happened.
Oh, yeah.
So thank you.
So let me stop and see if there are any questions or comments from any of you, or anything that this has brought up that you might just want to share. Yes.
Were there certain communities that didn't quite grasp what you were bringing to them in a way, or was it just leadership, like you were talking about, that people didn't want to relinquish their leadership roles to spread it out evenly throughout the community? Did it ever?
Yeah.
Did it hurt more than help, or did you have some slam dunks, or like nothing didn't happen at all?
Yeah, Charles, we had both. Where this asset-based redevelopment works and has long-lasting value is when local leaders embrace it, take control of it, and own it, and sustain it into the future. And so I can talk about many places where that has been the case. One of our two of our great successes in Nebraska or in Polk County. O'Neill is the county seat, and Valley County, Ord is the county seat. Those two communities really transformed themselves. Ord is now one of the shining lights in the nation for how to reinvent a community's economics. For example, O'Neill set about deliberately recruiting former graduates from the high schools in Polk County. Atkinson and Stewart are the other communities there that have bigger high schools. And over time, they brought scores of people back to Polk County. One of the things they were very clever about was, as they were recruiting former residents to come back home, one of their questions was, does your spouse need a job too? Very, very smart. Because the reports are many about the numbers of communities who never thought about that. A wife or a husband gets a job in the back home somewhere. The spouse doesn't have a job, can't find a job, nobody's helping them do it. Eventually, the spouse says, honey, this isn't working for me. We got to find someplace else. And in Polk County, they just got very smart about it. We had an unfortunate experience. Yeah. This was in Tucumcari, New Mexico. We really thought we had tapped into a strong vein of interest in that community and worked there for quite a while. And it turned out there were 2 or 3 strong leaders who really felt like they needed to do something different. But they weren't the kinds of leaders who understand that the more power you give away, the more you get back. And they just didn't end up with a solid base of enough people who want to make a difference in that community. And our intervention was fairly short term, and what we tried to help them do really didn't last. So it still ends up being the responsibility of the people who live there, who are who either develop a sense of ownership and pride about what they want to accomplish, or who don't really figure out how to sustain that and get more people into this. Yeah.
So, like 15, like strong presence of traditional institutions that are integral to community life. What does that look like in practice? Like, what's some examples of small towns that have strong institutions that?
Well, I'll go back to Valley County for a minute as one example. The Chamber of Commerce is a countywide chamber of commerce, and it's co-located with the Economic Development Agency. And they work really hand in hand on business development and economic development there. And so that's the kind of strong institution we're pointing to. Churches, houses of worship, in some locations played a very strong hand. I remember talking to a minister who was fairly new in the community he was living in at the time, and he told us that when he came, he thought that the church should be doing more programming for different generations in their congregation. So they had a young adults group, they had a seniors group, they had a teens group, and he said eventually we figured out that in this community everybody just comes to everything. So we quit trying to tell them how they were supposed to separate the generations and recognize that they felt like they were all intergenerational. I talked to a gentleman in a little town in South Dakota, Westfold, South Dakota, one time, and he was telling me that he just didn't feel like he really belonged in that community because he hadn't lived there very long. And I said, well, how long have you lived here? And he said, well, only 38 years. And that was an example of a place where part of the institutional framework didn't understand how important it is to embrace newcomers. You know, you have the BNRs, the born and raised, and the NCs, the newcomers.
Traditional activities, festivals, parades that require a lot of planning ahead of time and those kind of things. What I've noticed in some places where at some point you have to get people who know how to do that. And because they bring people in from the county, or people come back home or that kind of thing. You get a lot of people there. If it's not done right, they might not think it's important to go to the next year.
Well, the other thing that some communities are smart enough to do is they have a kind of a ladder, if you will, moving up a ladder of leadership. The greatest story that I ever came across in this regard was in Wausau, Nebraska. We asked there one day, what's the starting point to get involved in community leadership here? And the answer was the Bail Committee. And I said, what is a Bail Committee? And the person telling me this said, well, you know about pay bills, don't you? I said, well, sure, but I didn't know you needed committees for it. And what I learned was that they had a downtown harvest parade every fall in Wausau. Downtown, the Main Street in Wausau is about 4 blocks long. And the starting point for community leadership was deliberately serving on the committee that borrowed the hay bales, we're talking about the small ones now, not these, right? For seating for the harvest parade on Main Street, every fall. And the bale committee would borrow a flatbed and contact a few farmers and go out and pick up hay bales and bring them into town and put them on both sides of the street so people had somewhere to sit for that parade. So I said, and what's the next step? And the answer was, you can become chair of the bale. And the young man who was telling me this was a grocer. He had worked in a grocery store in his hometown there as a high school student. And when he was in his early 20s, the grocery store came up for sale. The owner wanted to retire. He bought the store and ran it. And then eventually he ran for the state legislature and served a couple of terms in the state legislature. So I wrote a story about him once that said from Bale Committee to State House. But he had a whole litany of things you could do to increase your capacity and knowledge about community and about leadership responsibilities. It was very deliberate. There are other places where they just beg people to step up for leadership positions. And the places that are making deliberate efforts to do this, there's a lot of leadership research behind this notion, by the way, where folks are making a deliberate effort to get new people into leadership and help them develop the capacity to serve. Things go better. I mean, it makes sense, but there actually is research behind this. Okay. Other questions or suggestions, comments?
I think we'll switch to more art.
Let's have more fun.
But let's give Mylan a hand. So, time for some music. My friend Ryan Walsh is gonna make some music for us here. All right. I believe with the guitar, and maybe some other things. Never know. You can hear Orion sometimes down at Crescent Moon. He's in all sorts of places. First Plymouth Congregational Church. And if you happen to find yourself in Germany, sometimes he's there. Sometimes in California. So he's a rambling man. And he brings it. So. I always insist that he try to melt some faces when he performs. We'll see. We'll see.
Day of happiness, cool. Thanks for inviting me. It's been great to listen to other stuff and learn. I've been to a lot of places, guys. I've been to 17 different countries doing music, and I realized even in all my rambling and traveling that community is really important. Really important. And even when I tried to run away from being part of a community, I realized that I have to come home and root. And that's really a part of happiness, actually. Anyway, Nick asked me to sing this song. It's called Die Reise war wunderbar. In English, that means the journey was wonderful. Your guys' singing part's really easy. So yeah, take a break. Do a little bit of singing now. Your part goes like this. La 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 la. La 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 la. Okay, Lincoln Library, can we do that? Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. La 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 la. La, 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 la. Sounds pretty good, guys. Okay, I'll cue you when ready. The song to be Rise of Wunderbar, The Journey to Wonder. How could I come back to this host town after traveling the world around? At least the best that I know how. Living on music for now. Here we go, guys. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. On the way down to Rome, I traveled farther from my home. I was riding around on trains, a European holiday. Here we go, guys. La, la, la. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Krishna is traveling at sea. Well, yesterday, sit down. Journey is wonderful. Here we go. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. So how wonderful life can be when you see every and all the people you look at that right. La, 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 la. Sometimes the memories flash through my mind. Makes me happy to be alive. So thankful for you and all the good things you do. One more time. La, 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 la. La, 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 la. Journey is wonderful. Journey now. La, 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 la. French. La, 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 la. Go by and chanter, maybe they finish. La, 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 la. Go behind. La, la, la. Journey is wonderful. Thanks so much. Then we can do one more song before there's some more speaking, more about speaking. So these things start with like the banana. Yeah, shaker. And let me see real quick what I have in here. Do I have to pick that thing real quick? Yes, I do. Okay, and maybe one other player, maybe. And cool. Okay. Ready to shake your players? Here we go. Have a little bit of fun on Happiness Day. That's it. All right.
Once this time, I was thinking about hey. Now it's wasted stuff. I'm thicker solo. Yes. Oh, yes.
I just have one more song for you guys. And yeah, Nick, thanks so much for having me come. Spread a little bit of joy here on Happiness Day. You know, when I was traveling, when I was traveling overseas, actually, you know, I just want to say this, I never thought I would play music at the library. So that's really cool. We would come here, you know, in school and check out books, and, you know, it was really, here I am years later. Cool. Yeah, what I want to say is, I used to go to this place in Germany. The first time I went to Germany, I went with my now ex-girlfriend, Amy Schmidt, and her name goes over really well in Germany. Anyway, we traveled around, we played 25 shows in 27 days. And so we traveled all across Germany. We went to Switzerland, to Italy as well, to the UK. And so it was really fast in the Autobahn and a lot of different trips. I didn't go back to Germany for about 3 years after, and this guy who called himself a happiness manager wrote me on the internet 15 different times. And 14 times I said no. In fact, I can't come back to Germany. He said, come to Germany, we can play house concerts, and we'll pay for your flight. Don't worry. They'll pay for your flight. I thought, you're crazy. That's impossible. All these negative things I would say back to him, that it was impossible, that it wasn't real. I could never make money doing that. And finally, I went through a breakup, and I was even more sad. And Christoph wrote to me the 15th time. He said, Orion, come to Germany. We will make it. We'll get the ticket, pay for it, just take the risk. And I said, sure. And I took the risk. And why I talk about this is it changed my life. Yes. It changed my life. And during that first 2 weeks, we played 2 weeks of house concerts, and we got all the money we needed back for playing those house concerts. We paid for our flights, my flight, and the train travel. And while we were on that first mystery tour, as we called it, 10 years ago, 10 years ago exactly today. So it's interesting. We went to a place called Glückes. Glückes in English means Glück is like happiness. Is, and yes is now. Happiness is now. We went to this place called Happiness Is Now, where this other guy who was a happiness manager had us play music. And there, from the inspiration of being there, and I ended up writing this song. There's a whole nother story I won't go into. I don't want to bore you guys. But this guy that lived at the Happiness is Now place, he gave me my own hut that I could live in for a time. I actually stayed there, living in Frankfurt area for about a month. So I've been a little bit part of that community, actually, for a time. So anyway, this is a song called We Are We. And the guy from Lucas Dietz, the Happiness is Now place, he wrote the chorus of the song. It's just We Are We, really easy. The best days of your existence lie ahead. Don't believe the lies you hear in your head. Lies come from the liar. Truth comes from a higher place. When I is replaced with we, there are endless possibilities. We are equals, we are. Yeah. Yeah. We are we. There is a light in every person's eye. It doesn't matter in what country. In the end, we're all God's children. Yahweh, 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 oh Yahweh, well, in the end, we're all His children. Yeah.
Thank you, Orion. Okay, so let us give away another book. This is called Pro-Social Development. So this is like difference making. That's the psychological term for generosity, kindness. If you want to find out about the empirical side of that, just look up pro-social behavior or what have you. This professor, Gus Carlo, he taught here at UNL for a period of time. And I don't know, he's at a university in California now, but he's kind of one of the gurus of researching pro-social development. And he was a guest on the podcast. So there's a Positivity Matters podcast. And his inscription is altruism is worth our while. And we give this away. To the ticket ending in 632. 632. We'll hold on for a second. I see someone checking the ticket here. How about 635? People have come and gone throughout the day, so yeah, we'll keep going here. 630. Okay. 631. Someone wants the book. 640.
Nice.
You read that?
There may be another copy of it over there still.
Hilarious, like, oh, actually,
Okay. And now it is time for Lincoln Improv Collective.
Everybody, oh, gave away my piece of paper, Jeremy, that was a mistake. Yeah, we are the Lincoln Improv Collective. We're gonna introduce ourselves real fast. I'm Chelsea.
I'm Jeremy. I'm Dick.
I'm Morgan. Katie. And we're so glad that you're here. And then thank you to Nick for inviting us. Really appreciate the opportunity. We do have some stickers and magnets and flyers for our get-togethers. And if you want to sign up, just want to mention that is over there. We're going to do a quick just like intro about what we do and who we are. And then we are going to invite you to come play some improv games with us. So you do not have to, but we will highly encourage it. So what we want to let you know is why we think improv is cool. First of all, it's really fun. Second of all, it allows us to play and create with others. Third, it's really fun. Fourth, it gives us an opportunity to practice skills. And five, it's really fun. So we met about a year ago, actually. Southeast Community College has continuing education courses. We all signed up for improv, well, minus Vic, but Vic joined us later, but we all were in improv 1 and 2 together. And at the end of that, we were like, you know what? This has been really fun. We should totally rent a room at the library and continue to do this once a month. So that's kind of how we started. And now we've been doing this monthly since May of 2023. And we are continuing to host get-togethers, and we have a growing number of folks who join us. We have folks of all ages. And we really encourage anyone who wants to come and practice improv skills. We try to make it as inclusive and adaptable as possible. Our next open improv is going to be April 13th, 1 to 3 p.m. at the Gear Library, meeting room 1. We also have a character workshop next weekend. And so you can find more about that on our Instagram or our website. And that's improvluk.org. I also just want to kind of quickly review improv skills that we see playing a role in all of our daily interactions. One of the most important things in improv is listening and listening to each other. And we find that this is something that can be really hard to do in our day-to-day lives as we're kind of going through our emotions and trying to get things done. So we really think that listening is not only foundational to improv, but it's foundational to our life. We also see this as an opportunity to practice giving and receiving gifts to each other. So asset-based community development is all about giving and receiving gifts. And so, I really appreciate Dylan earlier kind of giving us an understanding of what asset-based community development is, something I get to practice in my work, in your works with Brent here. And it's also something that I get to practice by doing improv. And we also see that that is kind of the fundamental of improv, that yes and, that agreement, that you are committing. Trust building is also another skill that we are always working on, because you need to trust your scene partner. You need to trust those in your team. And so it also gives you an opportunity to collaborate. And we also practice shared leadership. So later today, or later here, my folks are going to lead different games. We are always trying to encourage that kind of welcoming folks in to practice different leadership styles and to give everybody a chance to lead from time to time. Also, this is an opportunity to be creative, to get silly. And we don't have enough opportunities sometimes as adults to play. And so it's a really a great place to just get weird and like have fun. And lastly, I'll mention mutual support. Improv is all about supporting each other. And if we had more of that in our communities, then I think we can really tackle some of the biggest problems that we are facing. Just like we were hearing from everybody that I've heard from today, and I know from talking to Nick, like we can build off of each other's strengths and skills. And so improv gives us an opportunity to have some fun, but also get to know each other and build a community together. And that's what the Lincoln Improv Collective is all about. So with that, I'm going to welcome anybody who would like to come and play some games. Come on up. We're going to form a circle real fast. I know it's really awkward to like get up here, but we got some bread shaking out there. So we're just going to place the awesome song for us.
I'll tell you what.
for you, and you will hear that it's not hard, and this is something that you all can do. We're gonna form kind of an open circle so that those of you who haven't been enticed yet. And all we're gonna do is, this game is called Zip or Zip Zap Zop. It is about being present with each other, paying attention and listening to our group members. And we are going to, so as we pay attention, somebody in the group is gonna be passing around a zip that goes like this, zip. And Katie knows that she's got it because I looked right at it. My job when I'm giving it is to make sure that you know that you're getting it. And then Katie's job is to turn around and pass it back to anybody
That.
as quick as possible. And then that person's job is just to pass it along. And that's it. That's the whole thing. All you gotta do is join our circle and then pay attention to everyone so that when it gets passed to you, you know it's your turn and you're ready to pass it on.
Right.
Yes.
But after some, what do I think?
What would your guess be?
Zip.
Yeah.
It's for each other. All right.
So it's just a way for us to get together, we get comfortable, we get familiar with each other, we get into the moment, we're paying attention to each other, we're listening. And that's it, there's no wrong way to do it. So I'll get it started. Zip. Zap.
Zop.
Zip. Zap.
Zop.
Zip.
Zap. Zop. Zip.
Zap. Zap. Zip.
Zap.
Zap. Zip.
Zap.
Zop.
Zip.
Zap. Zop.
Zip. Zap. Zap. Zip.
Zap.
It's not hard. And don't think right? And it's kind of fun. So what do we get? There's more?
All right. We're gonna be making eye contact for each other. The way, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put a sound and a motion around the circle. So if I pass a sound to Chelsea's going to try to mirror exactly what I do. And then she will pass it to Brent, and then Brent will pass it to. So yeah, so basically you're trying to figure out what your partner's doing, do exactly the same thing and pass it around. Super simple. I'll start. Ready? Okay. Do. Great job. We noticed that when there were small changes in what was to us, we also changed what we did to our partner. So great job, everyone. See, super easy. Anyone else want to know? Anybody else want to get into your body? Yeah.
It's one of those games that can get really silly and really fun, and we just all end up like laughing, just having a good laugh because we feel so in our bodies and it's joyful.
Let's do one more of these. What do you say? Real quick. We'll go in the opposite direction. What do you think? Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Ga.
No.
Ga. 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 Ga.
Yeah. Joe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ga. Ga.
Go. Go. Go.
Good.
Good.
Good. Good. Ga. Ga.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Ga. Ga. Yeah. Yeah. Ga. Ga.
Go.
Ga. Ga. Ga.
Yeah, one more. So we, want to introduce the last game called 10 Things. And this is a game fun to like get everybody involved and it gets us like using our voice and cheering each other on. I really like this game because you feel like everybody else is cheerleader. So one person will come up with a prompt, a question, and the other person will give 10 things to like fill in that question. Okay. So if I am going to pose a question to Vic, it could be something like, give me 10 names you'd give a shelter cat. Okay. And then Vic can tell us one, and then we will all go, one, and then he'll say another one, and we'll go 10, all the way until 10, and then when we go 10, we'll be like, no, we're gonna all on this. We'll also try it. Yeah. I do not. Yep, and yeah, so you just make your brain, whatever it wants. Yep, yep. So Vic, yes, I would like to hear their 10. Flubby. Speaker face. On the clock. Puppy. Flat. Bottom. Up the wall. Sentence. Randy. Toaster. Lemon. Sit down. All right, Brent, tell me the 10, names of, colors you can paint your bath.
Burnt orange.
What?
Kiwi meadow. Sea breeze. Sea blue. Sky blue. Jade green. Hazel. Auburn. Okay. Yellow. Just yellow. All genius answers.
Yes.
True. Kind of I okay. Kieran, what are 10 places you take your 10 places you would take your dog to get a pup cup?
Oh no. Okay, Wendy? What? I want to come. Culver's. McDonald's. Burger King. Oh, my God.
Any place.
Bagel House. Yes. Hooters. The library. The library again. Thanks for saying. Oh, okay, Vic.
And would it be okay if I invited it to go to someone else?
Yes.
Oh,
wait.
You already. Oh, yeah. Share the opportunities.
Okay, 10 things you don't want to get caught wearing in public.
Oh, yeah.
10 things I don't want to get wearing in public. My mom's knickers. Anything that belongs to my mom. Flip flops. The Jockey's feet, what are those called? Yep. Let's see. I'm taking it too realistically. So leopard pants. That brown jacket from the 70s. Yeah. Hair that's not my own. Anything that's inside out. These shoes. And a whole house. Okay. Paul. 10 names of breakfast cereals that you maybe have never tried.
10 names of breakfast cereals, maybe I've never tried.
Yeah, that's right.
Oatmeal, Rice Krispies, porridge, alpha. Yeah,
Maybe we just get one today and then that can be our last one. All right, so what do you?
And topics you would like to give to others.
Exciting experience. Pleasure. Play. Yes, say. Life. Information. Friendship. Engagement. Happy life.
Yes.
We have little flyers that talk about our open improv sessions as well. Oh yeah, we got stickers, we got, if you want us to email you, put your email. Like one of those. Want a sticker? Sure. Right. Fun time. Yeah.
That was really interesting. I wish I'd been able to come sooner, honestly.
Yeah.
Yep. Bye. Thanks. Thanks for
Well, please do fall. You're not.
people where they're at.
Yeah, you can't not have a better.
Other than Saturday.
Currently not, no, but we might change.
Okay, that's it, because I have difficulty with Saturday. You-
Sign up for our, like go on our website and you can sign up for our newsletter. And so if the date changes, I mean,
You wanna, yeah, throw that on there?
Let me ask her. Hit us with your email and then I will manually send an email because you don't have infrastructure yet, but no, we'll get there, we'll get there. Fun. Yeah, that's good. I know, I'm like, "Brr."
I got number 0 goes with a slash.
Yep. So is it any signature for people signing up last week?
Yeah.
So I'll throw out something to you guys too to keep in mind that relates to what you just, are you familiar with hash house terriers? I'm lost in pie. My wife and I got married at 20 years ago.
Wow, okay, so that's where you run and you drink, right?
Well, now, tradition, yes. We decided, however, if we walk and talk, we get more conversation, more fun. So we don't, it's a,
Yeah.
yeah, we don't run.
Okay, but you drink. Okay, well, you drink. All right, good. That's what. Yeah. I walk too. I used to run. I don't run anymore. I walk.
Not by choice.
Yeah, just my body doesn't like. Yeah, so just like.
And Katie,
Yes.
I've got 58 years of running and WDA, but moderation on soft surfaces.
Yeah.
And I actually spend as much time stretching as I can. So perhaps
Yeah.
you women tend to be more flexible than I'm getting my grammar straight than up male. That might be something to look into, because you must, it's a drug. Look, I'm 58 years, I'm a drug addict, LSD, long slow distance.
Yeah.
That, I have flexibility. I had the big 80. 4 months ago.
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
Yeah. Think about it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but anyway,
Yeah. Come. Well, yeah.
okay, please.
Some, it's like, in the fall, we might do Saturdays because it's hard for football games.
I mean, yeah, Saturdays get to be.
But, yeah, we will.
Okay.
Thank you so much for playing today.
Oh, you're welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So here, I love the energy that created.
Yes.
That's awesome. So, I think there may be some new improv interested people after that. Um, So today I have, Erica with me and we're, just gonna talk about kind of like the difference making idea, generosity, experience, strength and hope. And thank you for being here, Erica. And feel free to share what you wish.
Well, first off, thanks for having me. My name is Erica, and I am in recovery from alcoholism and addiction to marijuana. I grew up with a very dysfunctional family, and I went through a lot of trauma during my childhood. I went through like sexual, physical, and emotional abuse growing up. In addition to that, my family and I, we kind of moved around a lot, and so I never really kind of felt like I fit in anywhere. And it got to the point for me where I just didn't feel like I could ever like trust anybody, reach out to anybody, or really actually be able to like really fully connect with anybody. And I found that like with alcohol and marijuana, I was just kind of able to numb myself and to feel free and just really be able to, I pretty much use that to numb myself to be able to get through things. And while at first I felt like I was accepted and I was just valued, at the end of it, I ended up not feeling accepted, not feeling valued, not feeling appreciated or anything like that. I recently wandered into 12-step meetings here about 18 months ago. As of March 13th, I have 18 months of sobriety. And when I first came into the rooms, it was, I was just at the point in my life where I was just hopeless. I was desperate. I was depressed. I didn't want to go on anymore. And I was just really at a rock bottom, in a huge pit. And it was just this bottomless pit that I felt like I never was going to get out of. When I first got into the meetings, I had people that came up to me that talked to me, that were there to listen, that offered their phone numbers, that offered their support, who offered me encouragement, and that really changed my life. Here back in, I also struggle with mental health issues, and like here back in November, I actually ended up in the hospital for about a week. And I'd been in the hospital before, but this time it was different because I had people that actually came and visited me. And that was just a huge, huge life-changing thing for me. And it really made me want to be able to get out there and be able to help others and to be able to share my own story with other people. So after getting a sponsor, working with steps, I started helping share meetings. I became a sponsor for other women to give other women hope that they're not alone, that they are worth something. And just being able to be part of the service structure of recovery meetings has really helped me to find purpose and direction for my life. And it's really helped me to be able to really help others and be able to lift other people up. And just to be able to give that kindness and compassion to someone else like I received when I first got to the meetings.
Thank you, Erica. You want to take questions if anyone has questions?
Where's your hometown? Where'd you grow up?
I'm an Air Force Army brat. So I was actually adopted at a young age by my stepfather. My biological father was Army and my stepdad was Air Force. And my stepdad was also the one that was too. Yeah.
how long were you in the program before you started to step into like more of a leadership or a service role like you were describing?
So, let's see, I actually, I think I started chairing meetings when I was 60 days sober. For me, it was a matter of needing that sense of accountability and wanting to be that messenger of hope for other people. And if I wouldn't have had that accountability if I wouldn't have had that sense of accountability for myself, it definitely probably would have made it hard for me to stay sober. And I wanted to be able to help others. And that's really kind of what helped me push me along my sobriety.
That's excellent. Thank you.
So there is research on the recovery community, and that service piece is one of the predictors of continuous sobriety. And I believe that the rate of continuous sobriety, like 1 year out, and I forget what the exact markers are, but if anyone wants to find out, just message. I think this is on what Positivity Matters is on. It's got a website, positivitymatters.org, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. So if you want to find out the exact, I'll just ask me wherever and I'll post it. But it's it basically is like 80% higher likelihood of continuous sobriety for people that get involved in service work. So there's some pretty interesting statistics on that. The same researcher had a dosage suggestion for service and volunteerism, and that's like for like a person who's working a full-time job to shoot for like an hour to 3 hours of volunteerism a week. And he found that like less doesn't have as much of a positive effect on boosting mental well-being. And then above that, also there's like diminishing returns for the mental well-being there. And myself personally, I'm also a person in recovery, and this experience has brought me to adopt one of the values just from 12-step recovery, and that is fit yourself to be of maximum service to others. And that accompanies the other goals that I mentioned earlier today. And it's good to see a familiar face from the rooms of recovery. And I think we'll call it a wrap for this part of the day. There is an event at 5 o'clock. It looks like I can't quite see where we're at exactly. But it's at Brancy and Fitch Bookstore. There's a panel. Karen Shoemaker from Lark Song will be on the panel, along with Kimberly Rath, one of the co-founders of Talent Plus, and Leslie Huerta, the owner of Brancy and Fitch. So it's going to be quite an exciting panel over there. And I think there may be just enough time to make it if you're so inclined. And thank you, people who've been here for all or part of the day. And feel free to grab t-shirts, hats, books, and happy International Day of Happiness.
Thank you. Thank you.